Sisi Oktoba ukhosi ungafakeli isitshaba uqala nesitshaba so ubaba lo inkosi simthathe simlethe ngapha
then others were saying ukuthi inkosi ayibekela can we please ask someone who's fitting to actually answer someone was saying inkosi ayibekela abantu one of those men in the white shirt is one of the securities, right? One of them. I just want us to ask someone who's fitting to answer so that we do the right thing. Okay. Lochani Sichaba Seketu, thank you all for being here, and I would like to welcome you all. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and celebrate the launch of SWiP with us. My name is Masibidi Sitaka. I am the Digital Humanities Researcher focusing on Sesotho at the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, and I will be your Program Director for the day, together with my colleague who will introduce himself.
bathi ngathana mandali ngasingamaya kethu nodinwa ngabasakhile esiqongololweni yimbuya ngiyabona wanwane woluseni bokutshela bommangikhaya abantu mabathi liseni sizayikha ngamagoduko nabathi boyikha imbuya ikhatshiwe ngoba mkhulu ngusokhatshiwe lami ke ibizo lilulahle navani ngitsho njalo ke sitshaba sekosi lami ibizo nguvusi nguhlala kuhle ngwakwandala engizokubambisana naye udadewethu lo kilomnyanya omuhle kangaka lapho simenye khona isadile ngiyathokoza.
Before we start with our program, I would like to specially acknowledge very esteemed people in our presence today. And I will start with His Royal Majesty King Makosonke Mabena II, the reigning king of the Ndebele Kingdom from the Manala clan.
Bayete! Bonyam!
I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Bobby Shabangu, the president of Wikimedia South Africa, Prof. Loli Makubu Badenhorst from the PanSALB board, who is also the chairperson there, Mr. Lance Schultz, the CEO of PanSALB, Prof. Zethu Nkosi, the executive dean of the College of Human Sciences here at UNISA, Professor Langa Khumalo, the Executive Director of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, Dr. Hatu Machaba, the Director, Language Services at the Department of Sports and Culture, and Dr. Friedel Wolf, the Technical Manager of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, representatives from civil society, educational institutions, business community, and various organizations. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Audrey Skosana, who will be our poet for the day, our musicians, the Isindebele Dance Group, and all of you, our esteemed members in the audience. You are welcome, and thank you so much for being here. To start our program this morning, I would like to call upon Professor Zodwa Motsa Madikane, the Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support here at UNISA, to give us a warm welcome and open this event for us. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Thank you, Program Director. Your Majesty, King Makosonke Mabena II, reigning king of the Ndebele Kingdom, of the Manala clan, Her Royal Highness, the Queen, and the delegation in company. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I want to singularly pause here and pay respects to you, Your Majesty, and the delegation. I would like to then proceed and welcome the following people. I wish to start with you, Program Director, Masibidi Sitaka, and your co-driver, I forgot his name, and I want to thank you for starting off with the King's praises. This is how we do it. Thank you very much. Mr. Bobby Shabangu, President of the Wikipedia, ZA, Mr. Lance Shoes, CEO of the PanSALB, Professor Tunkosi, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences at UNISA, Prof. Langa Kumalo, Umzilikazi, Executive Director of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, Ms. Lisa Combrink, Chief Director, Language Services at the DSAC, Dr. Friedrich Wolf, apologies if my pronunciation of your name is incorrect. It comes from a very kind heart. Technical Manager of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources. Representatives from civil society, from educational institutions, the business community, and various organizations. Ms. Audris Kosana, our poet, the musicians in the Ndebele dance group, members of the University of South Africa, here present, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. My name is supposed to be Ntombi Zodwa, but they just like to call Zodwa. They want to follow my dad. Ntombi Zodwa Motsa. Motsa is a very great name because you find it amongst the Batswana, you find it amongst Emaswati, you find it amongst Amazulu, you find it amongst Amaxhosa. But it actually comes from the Batlokwa, Mota, where we have King Mota III on the throne in Butlokwa. I'm Swati. I'm saying this just to illustrate that you cannot unscramble us and scramble us back. We are a diverse people, the people of South Africa. As the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support, I wish to register my extreme delight about this event. An event that actually brings forth one of my oldest dreams, to see African languages marrying technology and moving forward. It is an honor to African languages, particularly isiNdebele today. It is an honor to have such an event, ladies and gentlemen, because these languages, if you want to be honest, are the heroes. They have survived so much trauma. We don't know where they come from. We get born, we speak these languages. They are still here. They carry our identity. They carry our knowledge system. They carry our song. They carry our imaginations. They carry us to the future. I am very emotional. I am very delighted to see technology giving space to the languages of Africa. Ibambeni khona lapho bafana. Don't let it fall. We have gone through rivulets and rivers, thinking that if you do it this way, it is the right way. And along the way, we forgot that if we don't teach your child your language, your child is dead. I was saying earlier it is very nice to speak French. It is very nice to be a professor of English like myself. But even where I stand and try and teach Shakespeare, I still am reminded that man, yazi umqhayi uyibhala ngcono lento. I'm still reminded to say, as I study about the Danes and their wars, fighting for freedom, long before England came into being, as I study about them, fighting and praising one another, and I say, I think they are trying to say, I'm looking at the praises of the Danish warriors. And I'm saying, goodness me, this is what Auckland is talking about. Simunye, we are one. There is no division. Ladies and gentlemen, as the University of South Africa, we pride ourselves in all the official languages of the land. And as an institution of higher learning, we know that Sikon is put. Even if it's not written as an official language, we know there are several other languages that are not official. And we study them because we want to know the person behind the language that is spoken. We respect the person behind the language that is spoken. Yes, we have a new baby in the University of South Africa. We have a new language policy that accommodates all languages according to the bill that we have in the Constitution. We're very excited about it. And you know, these foot soldiers behind this project have never stopped, even if there was no official language, there was no policy in place. We were still working, revising, and they worked miracles. And this is what you are seeing today. I'm very proud of you, colleagues from the College of Human Sciences. As a university, we are very proud of you. And I have worked for quite a long time with the PanSALB as a board member, as in the echelons of leading that. And I have even gone down to writing manuals for schools, grade R in my mother tongue, with the Department of Basic Education. It's war. Ibambeni. It's not easy. It's not an overnight game. And we are very, very honored, ladies and gentlemen, to have SADiLaR coming here and partnering with us. We are partners for life. There is no divorce in this one. You are most welcome. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Prof. I hope everyone is warmly welcomed now. And we may start now with the proceedings of the day. I would like to call upon Dr. Friedel Wolf, who is the technical manager at SADiLaR, and he will be telling us about the purpose of the day. Why are we here? What are we doing here? Why is language so important to us? Why is language such a very important aspect that Wikipedia, SADiLaR, PanSALB actually works on? Why are we actually investing so much money, energy, time, resources talking about language? But we must always remember that when you speak to a man in their language, you are actually going into their heart. They actually understand you. You touch a nerve that is so welcoming and warm inside their hearts. And I think that is why language is so important to us. And I would like to call on Dr. Friedel to tell us more about the purpose of the day. Can we please give him a round of applause?
Your Majesty, the King Makukosonke Mabena, Westbili, We are very happy to be here today, and I want to acknowledge all of the wonderful people here with us today. You will see a wonderful range of colors here, and they represent organizations from across the country. And there are representatives here today from organizations that do not even have logo space here in front of the room. I want to acknowledge our partner organizations for this project, the people from Wikimedia South Africa, Bobby Shabangu, welcome. And to the board members joining virtually, Michael Graaf, thank you. From PanSALB, Lance Schultz, Julius Dantile, the people from the National Lexicography Units, very welcome, Prof. Langa Kumalu, and all of my colleagues from SADiLaR who worked very hard for today. I acknowledge your work and I thank you for it. There are representatives from universities from across the country. Welcome to Nomolongelo Ngubane, Dr. Seshoka Kea, Professor Stanley Madonsela locally from UNISA, Professor Zetun Kosi, welcome to you all. This project will touch on the lives of students across the country, and that is why I'm very happy to already see the people here at the opening representing all of these organizations. Thank you for the support from government, particularly welcome to Lisa Kombrink and Mr. Glenn Maseko. And then to all of the artists today that will provide a little bit more color. If you look at me, I don't think I'm bringing the color for today. I realized it's gray and white from me today. But I hope you will receive me with the welcoming that Professor Motsamadikana already extended to all of us. Thank you. It starts at the first slide, doesn't it? And when people say I'm the technical manager, I always wonder, what do they expect me to say? I'm sure some of you will want me to say something technical. That would be appropriate, right? And I'm sure that many of you have a deep desire that I do not say anything technical. That leaves me with nothing that I can say to make all of you happy. But I think we know that we are here today to talk about language, something about language. And I think language lies close to our hearts in many ways, as has already been alluded to. I could talk a whole day about language, but it was not what I was asked to do. Today I want to focus about these two things, that it carries knowledge and culture. I do not know of a culture around the world that does not value knowledge. Wisdom, I think, starts with knowledge. But I was looking at the dance group outside, and I looked at them and I said, they're waiting. They're waiting this way. And I thought, yes, our languages are under pressure. We carry the pressure in our pockets. Because the moment you take out this little device, Makale Kukwini, what do you say? The one that cries in your pocket. I don't think it usually speaks your own language to you, does it? And we voluntarily take it out of our pockets, right? And we engage with it and we say, this is my life. I will organize my life here, my social life, my corporate life, my professional communication. And yes, you can type there whatever you want, and you can type in your language, and I hope we all do. But I think we also know that there is pressure for our languages. And that pressure has power behind it. International power, the power of the big corporations. It has the power of strong languages. And we know history. We know why some languages are stronger than others. We don't deny that. And I'm happy that I can speak a little bit of English today and that hopefully you can understand me. We use all of the languages we have. It's an extra tool in your toolbox. But sometimes I get the impression that the pressure on our language is automated. It's got steam that we don't always have in the fight back. Why are we here today? Well, you would have come because you saw an invitation. You know that this is the launch of a project where we will be training people to contribute to the Wikipedia project. I'm not going to tell you what Wikipedia is. I assume you all know but our colleague Bobby Shabangu will be speaking later, and you can ask him exactly what Wikipedia is. We'll talk a little bit about a few aspects of Wikipedia, but we want to train people to contribute to Wikipedia and to extend it. We want to bring people together, and today is a celebration of the start of that. And I'm happy that we have artists here to remind us also of where language finds its roots. I will return to this question a bit again later. Why are we here today? But I've not introduced myself properly. I'm a technical manager, but that means nothing. We all know that. I represent SADiLaR, the South African Center for Digital Language Resources. And even if I say that and I hear the name digital, I think a lot of people will say yes. But now we're already into that realm where our languages is under pressure. If I talk about SADiLaR, I have to talk about our digitization program and the digital humanities program, but I will leave that for my colleague, Professor Langa Khumalo, who's going to speak later about that as well. I'm going to start from a different angle and talk about some of the concrete projects that we work on, because I will be touching on more of these later. Can I maybe see by a show of hand in the audience who here are in the fields of linguistics, broadly speaking? I know some of you are, and some of you are not even raising your hands. All right, so the idea of a text corpus is something from linguistics, the idea that we can collect a large amount of text, and then if we do our research in language, we don't need to take our guesses, we don't need to take educated guesses even, we can go look at the reality of how the language is used by other people as well. And that's an important thing. Now, if you collect it in one language, you can get a whole lot of language texts together. You can do some very interesting research. And if you can take a text and its translation, we call that a parallel corpus. And the people who do these kind of corpus linguistics will tell you that's a gold mine of information about language and language use, but also about the differences between culture. There are projects in SADiLaR for collecting these written text corpora. You can think of it as the kind of things that you can type, but also spoken language, recordings, phone conversations. And you might think, why do we collect that? Well, I'll speak a little bit about that later. We also have partners. These are now Northwest University for the first projects, the second one, the CSIR. The third one is University of Pretoria, where they are scanning older books. They're also digitizing newer books. And not just written works, even old tapes, cassette tapes, things that we've almost forgotten existed. Video cassettes, they have machines for that, to convert it to digital format and to preserve some of those things. And there's a big focus on language data in there. And you can see how if we collect these things, it will feed into the other projects to make our text collections bigger, our audio collections bigger of language data. I'm not going to talk about all of our projects now, but I want to acknowledge the project also hosted here at UNISA, particularly the WordNets project. That is a project now, I think, older than 10 years. I was at the launch, it's maybe already 15 years ago. And that's a project that's also under the SADiLaR umbrella, the broader SADiLaR. Now, that is a little bit about SADiLaR, and I will get back to that in a moment. Wikipedia, I'm not going to give a big introduction on. I assume lots of us have searched on the web for something. Top result, often Wikipedia page. And you read it, and usually you're overwhelmed by wonderful information, very detailed, maybe a little bit too long, but usually you find what you're looking for. It's an encyclopedia, something that I think if we're passionate about knowledge, we should be passionate about something like an encyclopedia. I remember crawling through our encyclopedia at home when I was young. I never understood how to find things in it, I must say. I usually just paged, and then I would find something with an interesting picture. But Wikipedia is a modern encyclopedia with diagrams and text and the links you can click on. You can discover more topics and more topics. And you can find something written in another language as well. Everything is linked together. Wikipedia is organized by 5 principles that I'm not going to talk about all of them, but these are 3 of them. One is that it's neutral, which means that if we're now going to do research on the text of Wikipedia, at least it starts from a project that tries to write in a neutral way, even if writing about contentious topics of history or even current day events. And it's free to use for anyone. Maybe we're used to that. You search on the web, you click on something, you think, yes, it should be free, that's why it's there. But encyclopedias weren't always free. They were expensive set of books. And you can still find expensive encyclopedias, but Wikipedia is free for anybody to use. And that's great. But for me, that's really just half of its greatness, because it is free for anybody to use and distribute. If you go to the bottom of the page, you will nowhere see that it's written, all rights reserved. It doesn't say that at Wikipedia. Now, I know no one scrolls to the bottom of the page. I know. But maybe you should check. It does not say all rights reserved. What does that mean? Some rights are reserved, but not a whole lot. You're allowed to copy that text and give it to a friend. That is a powerful idea. When we had the big books, you cannot just easily give it to someone because then you don't have it anymore. But with digital goods, you can make a copy and another and another, and it doesn't degrade. Sharing is good, and sharing of digital goods is trivial. Let's do more of that. And that is why Wikipedia is such a great project. Now, there are lots of people here today from the higher education sector, but the same is true also for other sectors in education. Wikipedia is immensely useful as a secondary research resource. It's not the place for primary research. We know that. There are other avenues for that. But how do you find out what are the primary sources? Well, Wikipedia is a great place to figure out what are the main papers in a topic. If we talk about the movement for open educational resources in higher education, Wikipedia is the top open educational resource in my mind. It's the oldest, it's the biggest, it's the most in-depth, and it's definitely the most multilingual resource you will find in terms of open educational resources. It's open for anyone to contribute. And that is why we have an open invitation, not just for today, for the celebration, but all of these events that will be across the country. We want all of the students and staff at all of these universities and from the wider community to join us, because they are truly welcome. They've always been welcome. Wikipedia has always been open for anybody. But we hope to provide an impetus and more momentum and this training to help people over the first hurdles. This is what we want to do. But Professor Motsa Marikane touched on something earlier when she said that, sorry, it wasn't during your opening, it was before. You talked about the importance of taking our languages with us into the future. And there's been people who look at the vitality of languages on the internet and they say, which languages are actively used? And there seems to be clear indications that languages that are not present strongly on Wikipedia are also not used otherwise on the web. And it seems to be that when a language is present on Wikipedia, it speaks of a community that is alive and also use their language every day for everyday things on the web, for news, for actuality, for social things as well, everything for business. And I think that is where we want to see all of our languages. Now, Bobby Shabangu, I trust, will say something about the size maybe of Wikipedia in all of our languages. And let's say that up front, it's not a great story for all of our languages. It's great that there is something for all of our languages, but you will hear that there's a specific attention to one specific language in the SWiP project, and that's because it is completely underrepresented in Wikipedia. Due to a fluke of history, it's basically not there. And this is what we can fix and what this project wants to fix. But even for all of our languages that have only a small presence on Wikipedia, I think even today, Wikipedia is maybe already the biggest encyclopedia in your language. Have you thought of that? It's maybe not exhaustive. There's maybe a lot still to improve. Maybe you don't like the quality. But all of those things can be fixed. Why are we here? Why is SADiLaR here today? And why are you not just listening to the people from Wikimedia South Africa? Why are we interested in Wikipedia? And this is why I talked about our projects before. Wikipedia is one of the largest single collections of text in the world. And it is mostly written with an attention to detail. People are trying to write in a somewhat formal tone, they're trying to write it in a neutral way, and that makes it a very high quality text. And if you think Google is pretty good at understanding what you write in your queries, or it does this completion if you write an email, sometimes it's pretty nice. Or if you think that these technology companies are pretty good at English, do you know where they got that intelligence from? These days we talk about artificial intelligence. It used to be a computer science term. Now it's just a buzzword, right? Where does that come from? Wikipedia is one of the main sources of training data for these artificial intelligence systems. So when you download the data from Wikipedia, and it's fairly easy and it's legal, they encourage you to do that, you get a very large collection of monolingual corpora in each of the languages of Wikipedia. But if you translate content on Wikipedia, especially if you use the content translation tool built into Wikipedia, you build this parallel corpus, where it is actually sentence for sentence in the two languages. And as I said before, the linguists already know for a long time, that's a gold mine of information. Now, with a monolingual corpus, you can build powerful technology support for a language, like spell checkers and grammar checkers and these things. But with a bilingual corpus, you unlock even more things. Things like built-in automatic machine translation. Maybe you've heard of Google Translate, or you've used it if you wanted to read something that you don't have access to. Or maybe you're a professional translator and you've attended the conferences and you know all of your international colleagues are using machine translation to translate much faster. And you know it's not at the same standard for South African languages. This is why we are interested. We want to also see our languages there. It must be present. People must see the names of our languages there. And it might sound as if we now have a whole potpourri of projects, and it sounds a bit technical only because it said technical manager on the first slide. But it's about text, and it's about speech recordings, and these projects are interrelated. All right? We want to take this text from Wikipedia and feed it into other resources that we collect from universities. Many of you were involved in the audit that was recently completed at all of the universities across the country, and that feeds into larger collections of texts. There's the terminology project I alluded to earlier, and I think we will have more news on that in the future. The digitization project feeds into that as well, and we get stuff from the web as well. And you might see towards the right of the slide, these basic building blocks of data build simpler technologies, and that is used to build more complex technologies. And then in the end, you end up with something like Siri on your phone that you can say, Siri, wake me up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. But then maybe in future, you wouldn't need to speak in English to your personal assistant. Wouldn't that be nice? That is what we want to put in place. Those are some of the building blocks that we believe we can work on right now. Now, I found it interesting when I started thinking about what are some of the attributes of SADiLaR. I'm not going to talk much about SADiLaR further. My colleague will expand on that later. But we have a national focus. So it's not about the institution where we are hosted. It's not about what we are here today or the next event that's at the University of Mpumalanga. We have a national focus. And we try to work with international organizations to also check that we can use their best ideas and not make the same mistakes that they've made in the past. But we're focusing more on these underlying infrastructure issues, all right? We have a repository where researchers can upload these data sets that are very useful for research, but we don't own those data sets. We just host them and we make them available. And we provide these little blocks that I showed on the previous diagram that unlocks the innovation, the artificial intelligence, the research data sets for people at the universities, etc. And if you look at these attributes, I thought this is quite interesting. That's why we found a natural match in Wikipedia. Now you might want to just keep these 4 things in mind if I go to the next slide on Wikipedia. Because Wikipedia is far bigger. It's an international project. It's not about one language. It's not about the language we're celebrating in the main today. It's about languages all over the world. You will find languages on there that you've never heard of. And Wikipedia, yes, we know it for the encyclopedia, but the foundation behind it, the Wikimedia Foundation, does not write the encyclopedia. They don't take the pictures and upload it. They provide the infrastructure. It's a lot of software, servers hosted in some cold data center somewhere in the USA. It's financial systems, it's legal advice, it's lobbying for copyright reform and these kind of things that make the project possible. But someone else has to write it. They're just an infrastructure provider in a sense. I see him nodding, so at least we're not speaking from different mouths. And Wikipedia does a very great job at linking things together. Yes, you can click on articles and go to the next one and the next one, and it's sort of addictive and it's nice, but that's just one level of linking. There are projects that accumulate data, facts about the world, the population of towns and cities and things like that, and can be incorporated into articles. And these things form the backbone of the semantic web and all sorts of exciting technologies that power these intelligent assistants and the artificial intelligence systems. And they provide these platforms. And those are the building blocks where people go and write great articles. Yes, but also then these data sets that turn into great innovations. So Wikipedia was born from the open source movement, where there was this idea of sharing everything, and that doing things in the open is maybe a better way. I've been told that many people think that if you're whispering, maybe you're gossiping. So maybe open science is this attitude that has become, I think, fairly mainstream in many research centers, where we will share our data, we will share our outputs, we will share our publications. In the research field, open access publications is now something that is fairly commonly at least discussed. Free and open source software is a movement that started already in the 1980s. People share software because software can be easily copied. Not all software complies with those ideals, but many of the software these days are like that. Even our own data repository of SADiLaR, we make everything available for free as we can under the licensing that we are able to do. And this, in many ways, is just international best practice to say, let's share it, if it's cheap and easy to duplicate something, let's do it. But if an open access journal does not have submissions of papers, and if they don't have an editorial board to review the papers, they've got nothing to publish. It might say, yes, we'll make everything open and available for free, but we need someone to write it. We have this data repository at SADiLaR, but if no one is creating data sets and uploading, there's nothing to download. So my point is, yes, open science is great, but it doesn't fall into our laps. It must be created somehow. Somewhere someone must sit and write an article on Wikipedia. And yes, it's easier to just scroll through social media. But I don't think scrolling through social media is the biggest contribution we can make for our languages, although it has its place too, I'm sure. So this is where the project comes from. This is why we are here today. We want to train people to contribute to Wikipedia. Yes, we need to see our languages there. That's the point. But remember, I talked about our languages being under pressure. We know our languages are under pressure. And we know there's technology behind this pressure. Like this, the English is bombarded. We are bombarded with a lot of English. Can we use technology in our response to this pressure to our language? Can we build the technology that will empower us to respond to that pressure and say, yes, there are these artificial intelligence tools in English. ChatGPT can write English stuff for me, but can it write in my language? Well, yes, you can probably already do that today, but it won't be as good as the English because it doesn't have much data to train on. Because it took everything that was on Wikipedia already written, so it's probably as good as Wikipedia is in your language. If you want ChatGPT to be good in your language, there's an obvious route towards that. And this is what the project is about. Now, I thought of this image of the colorful elephant in the room. You can go to the multilingual pages of Wikipedia and you'll see almost all South African languages there. But there's a prominent one missing, and this is what we want to fix with this project. And that's why this project started at the University of Mpumalanga. We want to see, can we get a critical mass of people together? But I want to emphasize also, yes, we are providing an additional focus on Ndebele. This is something that we want to see. We want to see all of our languages on Wikipedia. And for now, due to a chance of history, some were added, and one was left out long ago. And by then, the policies changed, and now the rules are pretty strict about adding new languages. But we feel we can cross that hurdle. But as I said, the open science doesn't fall out of thin air. We will need people to sit there and help us get there. I can't write in all of the languages. No one can. So we ask you to spread the message. There will be information today about spreading the message on social media, but if you go back to your institutions, let's get the message out there. We need people to write Wikipedia, to upload photographs and so on. We need academics, we need people interested in language. If you're interested only in fixing things, categorizing things, welcoming newcomers, there is a role for anyone to play in Wikipedia who's interested in advancing this cause that I'm trying to inspire you for today. That is why I believe we are here today. And I want to thank you with these words on the screen, but I want to add 2 more languages, Siyathokoza and
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. That was a mouthful. Very often, when we're talking about languages, it's not always the case that we actually think about exactly what goes into the technologies that we actually have, that we actually built. And I'd like to tell a story. One time I was in Czech Republic, and I'm sitting next to this guy in the bus. He opens his computer. His Microsoft is in Czech. He opens his other school programs and university things. And the computer talks to him in a language that he understands, in a language that he was raised in a language that he has always spoken for most of his life. I think he was in his 20s. And how beautiful is that? Can you imagine the pass rate of a learner who has been taught that kechaba, it's a spoon, from home, while they are 2 years or so? They go into grade 1, it's still the same chaba. They go into grade 7, 8, it's still the same chaba. They go into grade 12, it's still the same chaba. They go to a university level, it's still the same chaba. Yes, there are other additional languages, but that stays in the head. And the most important thing is that they already have a mental representation of what this is because they have seen it at home. They know already the use of this thing because it's something that they have already used it at home. But there is a big world of possibilities, and that possibilities and responsibilities lies with us. What are we doing with our languages? And I would seriously like one day to say, "Hi Siri, Kasesotho." That would be such a heartwarming thing. But let me challenge you. How many of you go to your banks and you use your own languages at the ATMs? Thank you to those who are already using that. But it feels so good that I get to my bank and I see all these languages and I'm like, okay, let me use my language. Oh, and as a language specialist, I actually want to see what do we have here. But because I also understand what is happening with the technology side of things now, it even makes me prouder. Hence, what Dr. Wolf just mentioned about having data on Wikipedia, and even having that data actually helps, because otherwise without that data, we cannot train our software, our machines, and everything else that we are doing. Otherwise, our efforts are not going to be productive, because if we do not have the data to actually train these machines, then it's going to be quite a difficult one to actually take, I like what I heard, languages into our future. We cannot do that if we do not have enough data accessible. And with that said, I would like to acknowledge special people as well who are in our midst. Dr. Sibia Dumisani, Dr. William Giona, Sibongile Mabena, who is also the NLB member of Isindebele, Prof. Madonsela, who's the chair of department in the African languages, and also one of our node, SADiLaR node research personnel within SADiLaR, and also Dr. Malele Nomsebenzi, who is the section head for isiNdebele. You are most welcome. Thank you so much. With that said, I would like to, okay, thank you. With that said, I would like to call on our executive director, Professor Khumalo, to present our token of appreciation to Professor Motsa Madikane. In all honesty, it's quite an honor to have the kind of support that we are having, considering the national mandate that we are actually carrying out in the country. And it's really beautiful that UNISA is actually very supportive of the efforts that we are making. Prof? I saw you.
In SADiLaR, you come empty-handed, you live with sacks and bags.
Thank you very much, Professor Langa. And thank you once more, Professor Motsa Madikane. I'll use the father's surname. I feel you. Thank you so much. Without any waste of time, I would like to call on our poet. I hope he is ready. I hope he is on fire, because we are waiting for him. Audrey? She. Okay. Apologies. But before we actually start with our poetic session, I would like to invite you all to actually go onto social media. If you do have, our hashtags are preserving isiNdebele, hashtag SWiP launch, hashtag living heritage. And our internet connection, our Wi-Fi, the username is UNISA_event, UNISA with a big U and event with a big E. The password is UNISA with a big U at 2022 at. Thank you so much. We are waiting.
Gilili siyokulalisa amakhosi ekhethu nesitshaba sakwaNdebele ngokuthula. Ngiphakamisa Ngiyalenza ngiyalotshisa lamlika mabizo asabele ngingu AK odrukozwana ngokuzwana isipeperembe sakwaMasinda Kulu ngokukhulu ukuzithoba nangekulu ihlonipho njengomntazana wendebele umuntu wengubo anginalo ilungelo lokuzilotshisela kundaba ezitha njeke bengingaba wesigijimi senkosi singigijimele msinya siyongilochisela ngemtshade sithi engwenyameni sithi uyalotshisa umntazana wezitho ezihle ingamphohlo uzela umakupuru umntazana omomothekako njengonina yekhethu kwadlomo ngasayokuphalalelwa ngoyakuphalalelwa ngaba namahlelo kutshanga ngofuna mazibuko kosolanga kumhla kuwela ikomo kwawela amadoda kumhlaba komo balala bangakasengwa kumhla amadoda ingabalikana kumhla abafazi ingamaqhakaza Sitshaba sekhethu sitshaba sendlenzima niyayazi ikambiso abahala baqedwa njeke ngithi vuka Ndebele ngiyokubuya nangizokwamukela ingwenyama ekhethu ingwenyama uManala sithokoze
Wow. That was beautiful. No, I think our future is in good hands. I think so. And how I wish that a lot of youth can actually be involved in such events so that they can be able to see what others are doing. Culture, language, it's what defines a person. You need to know who you are. You need to know where you come from so that you can be able to know where you are going. You need to acknowledge the ones that came before you. And this was just a beautiful poem, everything about it. And I'm really grateful and honored to actually be in the presence of such greatness. And with that said, I would like to call on Mr. Bobby Shabangu, who is from Wikimedia, South Africa, and he will be telling us more about Wikipedia, the overview in terms of the authorship trainings and the status of isiNdebele, which Dr. Wolf already alluded to a little. And Mr. Bobby Shabangu will be able to tell us more. Why are we here exactly? Why is Wikipedia so invested in this launch and everything around languages? Thank you so much, Ndati.
Good morning, everyone. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge His Majesty Ingwenyama. I'd like to acknowledge the very importance of everyone being here. Colleagues from SADiLaR, colleagues from PanSALB. It's very, very, very important what you've done here, and I'd like to thank you about initiating this initiative. As it has been said, my name is Bobby Shabangu. I'm from Johannesburg, but originally I'm from Mpumalanga province, ngimswati. Ngatalelwa eMpumalanga, eSkotsini, sa Chief Tikondele. So now, sorry, can you hear me? No. All right. I'm so tall, so I would have to bend when I talk, and I don't like to bend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, that was such a relief. Let me remove this thing. I have to bend. So yeah, my name is Bobby. I'm coming from Mpumalanga, but I'm staying here in Johannesburg, and I've been here for some couple of years. I arrived here because of education, and I started editing Wikipedia when I started staying here in Johannesburg, actually. So I'm coming from an organization that is called Wikimedia ZA. So now I'm here to actually give an overview of the SADiLaR Wikipedia PanSALB SWiP training program. So on how that is going to be looking like. When we're talking about free knowledge, actually, our activities are centered around Wikipedia. And Wikipedia, as Dr. Wolf has already touched on, is actually free. You know, anyone can go in there and edit, you know, for free. By show of hands, who has not used or seen Wikipedia before, or don't know what Wikipedia is? Right, I can see every one of us have actually interacted with Wikipedia. Everyone knows what Wikipedia is. Right, so Wikipedia is a free and online encyclopedia. Basically, it's the same encyclopedia that you find at the library, but this one is online, and this one is live, actually. It means that it's changing. So, what is the purpose of us partnering with SADiLaR, with PanSALB, doing this project? So there are a couple of things. Some of them, actually, Dr. Wolf has mentioned them. But really, what we want to do really is to increase the presence of African languages on Wikipedia and online. Now, African languages, there's a death of African languages, really. And I think some of my colleagues have mentioned this when they were here. It's very, very, very small number of languages. And I'm going to be showing you the numbers later on my presentation. And the second thing is to preserve our languages in a platform that is open, free, and accessible for all. Wikipedia allows that, you know, so that our languages, you know, are preserved. So, and the third thing is to build a community of Wikipedia contributors, especially underrepresented contributors. For an example, women and the LGBT communities. Currently, as it stands, there are a very small number of Wikipedians, people that are editing Wikipedia. I'm one of them. And I don't know here how many are there, but I know that there are a very, very small number of them. In fact, in 2014, as Wikimedia ZA, we did a survey to find out who's editing Wikipedia. And we discovered that it was a very, very, very small number of people here in South Africa. It was somewhere around roughly 1,000 people, and most of them, they were white, and most of them, they were male. And they had a degree, especially in the IT sector. And that says a lot about the content that goes onto Wikipedia, especially when it comes to balance, especially when it comes to representation. So one of the aims or purpose of doing this project, it is to activate people that will continue and, you know, edit Wikipedia, so that people don't write about us, but it's us that is putting the information in there on Wikipedia, and we tell our own story. One of the other reasons, which is very, very much important, especially that we are sitting here, it is to provide clarity and explain the academic use of Wikipedia. I know that most of us here have seen some writing or been told by their teachers that you should not use Wikipedia. And as Wikimedia South Africa, we say, yes, you should not use Wikipedia. The thing is, when your professor or your doctor or your teacher tells you that you should not use Wikipedia, they don't really explain why you should not use Wikipedia. So one of the things that we want to do with this program, with this project, is to explain step by step that, number one, you should not use Wikipedia because it's written by a group of people. All of us here can actually contribute to one article. Who are you going to reference? That's number one. Number two, as you are referencing there, tomorrow you're coming and you find that the information is changed. I started an article that was about the Johannesburg fire that recently happened, actually. I don't know what's happening. So I started an article about the Johannesburg fire that recently happened. And I saw that within 24 hours, that article had changed drastically. I even drove to the place and even take pictures. The pictures that you see when you Google that article, they were taken by me. If I don't do it, no one else will do it. I've experienced this a number of times where when I put content on Wikipedia, even the media takes on that content. Actually, they read word for word, and I can hear, this is my English. I'm coming from Komagayeng, Mus. Yeah. I've written a number of them. So I'm saying we need to, all of us participate actively in telling our story, in writing our articles, and in participating in the program. Thank you so much, Sir. So one of the things that we'll be addressing really is why academic institutions and schools have policies that prohibit students from using Wikipedia as their source. We explain these things. We can go into detail. All right, so what to expect then in the program? We are going to be going around South Africa, actually. This is a very big project, very, very big. And, I'm so happy. And the thing that really makes me happy is the fact that we are running this with academic institutions. It was very difficult when we were starting as a chapter here in South Africa, reaching out to universities to say, hey, can we, because we just a very small group of people, of Wikipedians, as I said, it's just only 1,000 people, and women in our chapter, I think there's like three women, black women, and one, she's watching now. Hi, Ingrid, wherever you are. So, women, very small number of women. The LGBTQI community, I don't even want to say, so representation is very, 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 very much important. So now, when we were going out to universities to say, hey, can we run a Wikipedia edit workshop with you? They just shunned us. You can't. They did not want to even hear what our story was because of the fact that I mentioned earlier on about citations. That you cannot cite Wikipedia. It's not reliable. Yes, we are saying too, it's not reliable. But listen to us so that we can tell you why it's not reliable. Wikipedia is not about truth. What is on Wikipedia is not truth. But it's about verifiability. Can you verify? Do you have a reference? If we agree that this water, for an example, is white, if we have a reference to support that, it can actually go on Wikipedia. Also, we do agree, we do acknowledge that there are incidences of vandalism. Just talking death. So I'm actually happy. The reason why I'm saying this is I'm actually happy that we are doing this with universities so that we can actually introduce Wikipedia, because everyone, we have the stats, they are there, that everyone, in fact, the academic institutions are the ones that are using Wikipedia more than everyone else. Before they start any work, as a summary, they go to Wikipedia to check, and then That's when they start then to do their work. Everyone, from everyone. I mean, high school, university, and so we have the stats. So this is some of the things that we're going to be talking about and showing that how can you use actually Wikipedia on your academic work. Show you that, okay, you can go down there at the end of the article. You will see there's references there. Start there and click on those references, and then they will lead you to Google Scholar, and then, we just have fun. The idea also is to have fun. All right, yeah, so in this project, we're going to be going around universities, but the first project will be happening in October, and we're going to be running this project for a year, for 12 months, and we're going to be going just around universities and running the project for 2 to 3 days, the training workshop, providing training workshops, and in those training workshops, we will be introducing our participants to Wikipedia. We'll be doing registration of accounts. We'll be doing extensive discussion and introduction into the culture of editing Wikipedia. I think Dr. Wolf also mentioned that there are policies and guidelines. We call them 5 pillars of Wikipedia that guide us on how you can edit Wikipedia. And one very important thing that I want to speak about. As a Wikipedian, I have experienced over the years that, especially the younger generation, the language is getting lost, and people are excited about the idea of Wikipedia. Hey, we're going to be editing Wikipedia. We're going to be adding articles in our own languages. Okay, let's sit down, write your language. A person doesn't know how to write. You don't know what is to swim. You know, go swimmer, swimmer. The words get lost because over the years, when we are talking, the words just get lost, and people don't know how to write. That's what I want to say. People don't know how to write. So it is also a very good space to practice your writing. You don't have to be perfect on Wikipedia. As I said earlier on, I always write articles, and I don't even stress about my English. I studied Bantu education. I can just start a sentence and write. I know other people who are good will actually improve that article. So that is the idea. All right. So other aspect of that training to expect in those events will be to add content where we teach you how to translate through the translation tool. So there's a tool that he spoke about. It enables you just only click there and then just translate the whole article from English or from any other language. Translate to your language. And then you have to go there, because that tool is not perfect, you actually have to go there and then correct the language. So that's what we're going to be doing. Unfortunately, that tool is not available in isiNdebele and isiVenda. And the reason why it's not available, it's available in all the languages, but not isiNdebele. Why? Because isiNdebele is not there. And isiVenda because of other reasons, but the Wikimedia Foundation is still working on that. All right, yeah, we're going to be doing these activities as you see them there. All right, so now we're going to be doing the exciting stuff, showing you the stats. I prepared this last week, but yesterday actually, in the evening, I went again to Wikipedia. As I said, Wikipedia is a live platform, actually. So things are changing as things are happening. Okay, so the table looks at the state of Wikipedia representation of the 12 South African languages. And I'm saying 12 languages because I'm going to be excluding sign language. So this is the status. So the biggest language currently on Wikipedia is the English language. So why are we saying it's big? Because of this number. I'm not good in numbers. I believe this is 6,716,315. I believe, but I'm not sure. So please correct me. Yeah. So, but it has this number of articles and administrators. These are people that are administrators that actually make sure that the Wikipedia is healthy, really. They delete articles, they clean, they make sure that the English is nice, references are added, and everything. So there are 884 spread across the world. All right, so people who have registered account and have edited the English Wikipedia, there are 46,172,887. So that is the number. So this means that if you have ever registered an account and just edited, just maybe edit one thing or just created an account, it means you are part of this 46 million, you too, in the English Wikipedia. And then active users, it means people who are editing, making 5 edits a month. So we call them active users. So there are 885 in the whole world for the English Wikipedia. So what you are consuming is actually created by this number of people. And I'm saying this is true because I'm one of those people that are doing this. And I saw that, in fact, in that survey that we did in 2014, and the Wikimedia Foundation did another one in 2018, they find out that the internet in general is dominated by content from the Europe and the US. The content that is coming from the African continent is very, very, very small. It's very, 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 there's a death in the African content. And why is that? It is because Africans don't contribute online. Online, our languages, ourselves are not represented because we ourselves are consuming. We are not writing. Wikipedia, it's people's hands that are writing there. When was the last time you wrote? There's your answer right there. So, okay, it's followed by Africans, and we have a very dedicated Africans community in South Africa. Those men that I told you about that are white, most of them, they are in the Africans, from the Africans community, and they are really protective on their language. They really, yeah, they protect the language. The Afrikaans community, and they've got articles 111,000, and the registered users, these are the registered users, and the active users are these ones. And then we've got isiZulu. All right, I'm going to move quickly now. All right, so we've got isiZulu with 11,098. What is very interesting with these number of articles as you see them here, it's because in 2019 there was only somewhere around 1,000, right? Yeah, I'm looking at my Wikipedia, fellow Wikipedian there. There was somewhere around 1,000 articles, and then COVID came. People were locked, in their houses, and then they start editing. And then 2 years down the line, we see now we've got 11,000. And these articles were created by people who don't even speak isiZulu. They use that translation tool, and some of them, they just put articles. They are not perfect, those articles. That's what I can say. So we need, people like you to just go there and just correct. Editing does not mean that you have to start from the scratch and create an article. Just to correct a spelling mistake, grammatical errors, put in a full stop at the end, that is editing. And then we've got SIPEDI with 8,000 articles, isiXhosa with 1,455 articles. It's very, very important, these numbers, because they speak to what is actually available on the internet. Someone spoke about AI, that most of this AI, when you go to ChatGPT is a tool that gathers information. Where does it take that information from? Most of that information is coming from Wikipedia, actually. I need to inform you that. And who's putting that information there on Wikipedia? Voila, there's your answer there. It's not you. Someone sitting somewhere in Europe put that information there, or somewhere around the world, put that information in there. And when you come, you read. Go to ChatGPT. So anyway, yeah, so isiXhosa is 1,455. And then number 6, Setswana with 1,051. Sesotho, 931. Siswati, I found this, they had somewhere around 147 when I started. At least now we've got 847. We've translated, And we've created new articles. Most of I like to, write about politics. I like to write about culture, history. I love history, so I write about history a lot. Xitsonga, 749. Tshivenda, 748. So these are the numbers and how they're looking. They speak to what is available, as I said, on the internet, the entire internet. When you search something, a lot of people, they say they are Googling. Are you Googling? Did you check that most of the time the link almost always is a Wikipedia link? It's not accidental. That is not accidental. It's something that we're also going to teach you. How do we do that? If you don't link your pages, Wikipedia pages, you will never see, your page going up on Wikipedia. You have to link the pages. You have to categorize them. That's why when you type them, you will see, the page is up there. So those are some of the things that we'll be teaching you there. So yeah, these are the numbers. They speak to what is available on the internet. We've got wealth of knowledge that we need to capture and put it on Wikipedia so that it does not die. All right. So I did mention that isiNdebele is the only language that is not on Wikipedia currently. Yes. It's in a project that is called Incubator, which is a project where, that is if a project is waiting to be launched, we put it there. So now it's just sitting there. It was started, I think, about 6 years ago by my colleague Dumi, and it's sitting there. Why is it not on the main Wikipedia? It's because there are non-Ndebele speakers that can actually go and edit Wikipedia, that can edit that language. So we just only need maybe 3 people that will do 5 edits a month. 5 edits a month. And by 5 edits, I don't mean creating, just fixing articles, translating, putting a full stop, all of that thing. So currently, there are no Ndebele speakers that are on, Wikipedia, and that says something again about the Ndebele language in the internet as a whole. As a whole, when you type things, about isiNdebele, nothing is there. All right, yeah. So this is my presentation, and thank you so much, and. Please give me a round of applause.
That is a good one. That is a good one. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you for that presentation. Apologies. Thank you for that presentation, Bobby. And you mentioned something that is very important, the digital footprint of South African languages. And I think we can actually go more into the African languages in general. Africa is home to many languages. 1/3 of the world's population speaks African languages, but the digital footprint is actually 0 to non-existent somewhere. Yes, you will see that there are certain articles that you would see in African languages, but most of them, or even making an example with dictionaries that you would even see online. You'll see a lot of many dictionaries online, but sometimes when you deeply go into that dictionary, you actually get to see that this information that is here was actually harvested from one other online dictionary, and there are no new additions into the resources that we actually have online. So it's like a repetition. What you see on one side, you're most likely going to see on the other side. And I think with what you said, I would like to challenge everyone to actually now we start looking within and asking ourselves, what is it that we want to see for our languages on the internet? What is it that we want to work on when we are doing our research? Sometimes we are no longer speaking our very fluent African languages, and there is a certain word that you are looking for. And Google is always closer to us in our cell phones, right? You type, and nothing comes up. So who do you go to when nothing comes up? What resource do you consult when nothing comes up? And I think it is why we have the launch of SWiP, why we have PanSALB, SADiLaR, and Wikipedia actually working together to try and see what is it that we can harvest from us as a nation that we can actually put online that will be usable, not just to a person in the streets, but to also academics as well. And I'd also like to challenge academics in this room again to actually take the word out there to their students. As much as we are going to have the workshops, but also try to tell your students in class that you are actually able to do this in your own language. There are possibilities that actually exist. And one of the things that I always like speaking about, especially when mostly when we talk in languages and digital technologies, is the fact that new careers are actually they're actually emerging from this languages and technology space. But it is something that a lot of us are not aware of, a lot of our students are not aware of, and I think that is a hot topic that we actually need to start talking about. At least you'll be knowing that as a student of language, as a student of linguistics, as a student of anything that is relating to language, whether it's literature, you name it. But you know that by delving into the digital space of that language, new possibilities are actually unfolding, possibilities that Dr. Wolf actually mentioned. We need other technical managers. We need computational linguists. I don't know how many we actually have in the country. And Prof, can I say this? Please allow me. SADiLaR has been looking for a computational linguist for the past, ever since its inception. But we have never secured even one computational linguist at SADiLaR. We are still looking for it, but we haven't. And this is where now it becomes challenging, because now what do you do? We have your computer science, we have your computer scientists, which is fine, it's beautiful. But we need that computer scientist to actually understand the language, because we are going to build language models. So now what do we do in that space? Which is why I would like academics, head of schools, please encourage your learners, your students. Am I allowed to call them learners here at varsity? No. Are they? Your students. Yeah, especially the ones that are going into the language space. Open this world of possibilities that actually awaits for them. And remember, we are now talking about the future of our languages. When we're talking about the future, we are no longer talking about the paper. We are now talking about computers. We are now talking our phones. Everything is now going digital. Are you really equipping your students for the world to come? We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We are talking about artificial intelligence. Where do you put your students, your language students, in that big pool? Where do you put them? Are you preparing them for the future? Or are you preparing them for what is here now? And the skills that you are giving them now, will they still be needed in the future? And I think I would like to challenge you all to actually start thinking about that. What is it that you are actually giving your students apart from the content that the university told you to teach them? But what is it that is meaningful that you're giving to them? And with that said, I would like to call on our isiNdebele dance group to give us another hot item.
Can I acknowledge these people on my list?
Viva Zimfuna komhlala zimfumani zengalamela. Lapho ibhubesi labandebele kwasama umhlaba kwadumizulu omkhanda phasi komkhanda phezulu. Ngedangile besondebele ngawuyama umlambo nomlanjana athinga ekitamkhulu kwamachiyana. Kulapho ngafuna khona abapanyiswa ngelibona iphazima izungu lenkosi phezulu emntarini ngombala okhala kajago alokhethwabo ukubuza bona mbala ngisokana ngindebele kazi-ke ngikusilaki eketamkhulu amashana kumkandla kumlayedwa konka inaba isitsha keke edla ngomlenze wahla ngesilembe ayisele mandebele bayedwa nabeziphi
nangambala ligadagile itelerina ngelamaskosana lehlizwe emhlophe lamazinyo amhlophe inga siwe sezulu kodwana ngokombala ngimhlamazana inga jambehlobo yelo che shaba sakhethu shaba sendlenzima lokusabela ngingusipesihle kodwana ngokukhula nangokuhlonipha amasiko nangokubuyela emasikweni engaligidela iminyaka emibili nginomhlekhabo.
Awuyayibetha engibaswabetheleni izandla nikwatile na ngilizele ngilizele mani yinto ehle yakwakwazela ngiyathokoza manje sengiyazwa ukuthi sisemnyanyeni wesikhethu bathokoze igadanga ngigadunge ngegido elihle kangaka basenzele lona. Ngaphambi kokuthi siragele siyaphambili sizokuthanda ukuphakamisa isandla kuDokotela uAaron Mnguni okhona hlangana nathi namhlanje obuya ngeCentral University of Technology. Siphakamise isandla kuBranko Mkhambule noLeti Chili ekubathuthukisi besindebele ngekuKwekwezi FM. Ngifuna godi siphakamise isandla kubathuthukisi besindebele angeze sabala iKwekwezi singabali SABC uComfort Masombuka nakhamba naye siphakamise isandla ngapho. Ngifuna ukuthi ke siphakamise isandla godi sisiphakamisele i-National Language Board Chairperson ozobuya godi abe yi-City of Tshwane Functional Head of Language nge-City of Tshwane. Ngikhuluma ngobani? Ngikhuluma ngobaba uVincent Mahlangu. I-NLP le esikhuluma ngayo i-NLP Chairperson ngoqale ukuthuthukiswa kwesindebele ku-NLP. Siphakamise isandla godi kubafundi ababuya ngeUniversity yangeMpumalanga okuzoba ngabanye babafundi kulolongwa esokuthi bazoba ma-training khona ngapha ku-Wikipedia ukuba kuzosiza ukusifakela ama-article. Bangaphakama khe ngibabone. Engicabanga ukuthi ke numzane uChabangu lokho kuzakuphendula umbuzo wakho nofana kuzakurarulula lento esinayo ngesindebeleni nakuthiwa esindebele asinawo ama-article ukusuka namhlanje sele sizaba nabo abantu abazasenzela ama-article. Ukungezelela nje kilokho numzane uthinde indaba ebaluleke khulu wathinda indaba ye-quality yama-article angena ku-Wikipedia engicabanga ukuthi equality yona sizoba nayo ngemvumo yomphathi u-CEO uMr Lenz we-PanSALB angivumele ngitsho ngithi mina iveke pheleleko we just celebrated International Translation Day whereby we were celebrating nama-students at-TUT ama-language practitioners. So we do have qualified language practitioners, don't make no mistake. The only thing I'm sure some of these people, they are not exposed to such a platform. So that's why I'm very happy when I'm standing here and then there is a presence of Ikwekwezi and SABC where they will spread the word which language practitioners do come forward. I-platform ikhona. Ngingabi Steta Mlozi ngiyathokoza. Ngingabi Steta Mlozi. Sizokuthanda ukunqanqabeza sibethe ihlanza phezukwesinye mhlambe uzokuthi na uphethe le program ubone ukuthi sikhamba seka sichinge phasi naphezulu ku program yethu so bethe isandla phezukwale phezukwesinye kufanele sibe nomuntu ozosithulela umlando wesitshaba samandebele lelo hlelo lelo sizoli hlehlisa lichinge nje enzasinyana ngaphambi kokuthi kukhulume undaba ezitha lelo hlelo lizokuya enzasinyana bese kukhona laba abafana nami ke those ones abathanda ukudlanyana njengami nje yabo so tea we will just shift the tea little bit because the tea is also not ready. We'll also like to apologize in that regard. Isikhulumeli esilandelako engizosibiza sizokubiza uProfessor Langa Khumalo okuzoba mnqophisi okhulumela iSADiLaR aseza uProf Langa ngiba ukuthi simphakamise singehlombe elikhulu ezandleni kanina niye emnyanyeni nangithi ezandleni bathi hure ezandleni futhi ngiyanibona nina nikhamba iminyanya njengami nje siyathokoza Professor Langa slides sakho ne ngibawa abosoqwepheshe kezo technology kezobukhwari lobe technology bamsize ngepresentation yakhe.
His Royal Highness, Undabezitha Ingwenyama, ngenkulu inhlonipho ngiyazehlisa kakhulu kusilo umakhosonke mabhena wesibili Ngwenyama Ndabezitha. The Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor. It's coming, Siswami, it's coming. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support, Professor Motsa Matikane, the Executive Dean, Professor Zaitu Ngosi, who is also a board member of the Steering Committee of SADiLaR, the CEO of PanSALB, Lance Schutz, the Chief Director of Language Services, Ms. Lisa Combrick, the President of Wikipedia South Africa, Bob Shabangu, Siyabonga kakhulu ngegalelo lakho, Executive Head of Languages, and a staunch fighter in this space, Mr. Tantile Julius. I have seen my sister here, Dr. Hatu. I recognize you from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And I want to end with none other than a long standing colleague and the chair of the Pan-South African Board, former colleague at UKZN, the director of CHE at the University of Cape Town, Professor Loli Makubu Badenhorst. She's also the vice chairperson of the Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning of African Languages. So she's wearing many hats, and I'm very happy to see her here, because some of the messages that we are sending here, we're sending them directly to the Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning of African Languages. Because there's some message that is resonating here. We have to reimagine the way we are teaching African languages and the way we are training graduates for the future. And the context of the 4IR is a looming elephant in the room in this regard. I also want to recognize a lot of familiar faces of friends and colleagues that I have known over the past 22 years in higher education, working in African languages, working in the language space, and meeting in conferences. I see a lot of familiar faces, which means the room is full of the right people to celebrate this occasion today, Your Royal Highness, because today we are celebrating. We are celebrating the elevation of isiNdebele into the cyber infrastructure, the elevation of isiNdebele into the community of languages that sit in the digital infrastructure. And we are challenging the speakers of the language to be the creator of the content that they want the world to see in isiNdebele. I have said to my friend, Professor Matonsela, and others, that the Europeans are not going to come and say to us, it is enough. You have used our languages for the longest period and you are actually breaking them because we speak broken English. Please stop using them. Start using your language. They will never do that, because every time we use their languages, we are adding currency to their languages. It is up to us to stop that. It is up to us to start thinking about our languages first and how they communicate our worldview, how they represent our culture, and how they advance our human progress. When I was in China 3 years ago, in 2019, one of the Chinese professors said to me, you know, it's actually astounding how Africans invest in European languages. But I want to caution you. You can never innovate anything as long as you use those borrowed languages. We cannot innovate anything as long as we use English as a second language, French as an additional language, Spanish, Portuguese, whatever European languages that we are comfortable with. As long as we use these languages as additional languages to the repertoire of languages that we have as Africans, we can never innovate. We will be very good consumers of what they are projecting to us. But guess what? We will be chasing their civilization all the time. It's time to stop and say, okay, we stop here. Enough is enough. We want to start charting our own path to development. And what significant occasion do we need to have His Royal Highness to start this journey? It's such a symbolic thing for the whole house of the royal family to be right here with us, to celebrate the elevation of a language that has been taught, that has been said to be missing in the community, in the global community of languages that subsist in the cyber infrastructure, and to be led by Undabezit in this effort. I see no better occasion to introduce African languages into the community of wikis. And I want to challenge my good friend and CEO of PanSALB that as this content goes into the cyber infrastructure, and to you, Mr. Tantile, maybe we need to introduce a new KPA for our national language boards and national language lexicography units, that they must actually track and monitor. You saw the statistics. There are people that are monitoring the content of English language. When we have PanSALB as the custodian of all the 12 official languages, and we must challenge our NLBs and NLUs to say the content that goes in there, you must have an eye before it goes there. Why? Because quality matters. We don't want to gatekeep and say, no, everything must come to us. But let us give them a KPA. One of your KPAs is to actually go once a month to check the quality of isiNdebele that is sitting in the cyber infrastructure, the quality of isiZulu that is sitting in the cyber infrastructure, etc., etc. Yeah, Chantlombe. Because the CEO was nodding and the executive head was nodding, so besokusilela ngani. But I want to situate my talk this morning to first the Heritage Month, that where we are celebrating our African culture, our history, and where we are projecting ourselves into the future and how we want that future to reflect. We celebrate, and I really always say to my colleagues in KZN that the Heritage Culture Day, Celebration Day, is not a historical destination where we have to, from time to time, remember to visit once a year. It must be a lived culture, every day. But as long as we don't see our languages in the press, we don't see our languages in the teaching and learning programs, we don't see our languages every day in what Dr. Friedel Wolf ably characterized as our assistant. You know, we always carry this thing, it's our chief assistant, but your assistant actually doesn't speak your language. Isn't that a challenge to you every day? When you try and type, it draws red lines, because it's saying, hey, you're putting in something that is alien to this software that sits here in this phone. So we want to think about our culture as a continued lived experience, an experience that is relevant to the context of 4IR and generative AI. And of course, the UN declared the decade of indigenous languages. And of course, we do have a program with PanSALB to celebrate that decade, and I'm hoping that the agreement that was negotiated with the African Union continues and it subsists, and we are going to have a program that will see to it that we are doing something different in this decade of indigenous languages. It can't be just a declaration without a program that changes something in our history. And of course, I'm going to talk about language development and the use of, and their use through technology. And of course, the context is contributing to South African languages into the wiki space. Our country has amazing tapestry of language policies, white papers, the Act, the Use of Official Languages Act of 2012, and now the Language Policy Framework for Higher Education Institutions. Excellent frameworks that actually try to speak to what it is that we need to do in order for our languages to be languages of teaching and learning, languages of innovation, languages of science, technology, etc. But we have not come to a position where these legislative pieces present real transformation. Not just in knowledge creation, which is our universities, our schools, etc., but in real transformation in terms of the currency being transmuted from English. Because as you saw, English has so many people that are actually working on it. We don't need to give it any attention at all. The attention that we need to be giving is attention to our languages and their translational impact in our everyday lives. And I had a dream last night. I had a dream, really, mpupili. And the whole discourse that I had with Ugogo Mazkali, Ugogo Zala Uma, was in my mother tongue. And man, Papa, I was talking to my grandmother. And the language that she used was so deep, you know. It was like I was breaking a quench. And then I had to think about this speech, and all of it is in English. It's exhausting to speak in English. So I have been trained in many universities in Europe, and they always say to me, you guys are amazing. Because the multiple alterations that you have to go through in order to understand a concept in English are shocking. I mean, super intelligent. But it's exhausting. Our investment is wrong. And I want to go back to the CEO. And we spoke in the holding room about government actually asking all government departments to cut down their expenditure. You would think that, and I won't say what he said, but you would think that every money that has been cut down from somewhere would be invested, channeled to our African languages, to PanSALB. You would think that. Because whatever we are putting in whatever we call strategic areas, as long as that strategy is not accompanied by the expression of African languages in it, we are still perpetuating the gap. We are still perpetuating the gap. If we are going to change people, attend to the languages that they wake up in, that they speak in, that they dream in. I spoke to Ugogo Mazkali. Ngolimi lwebele. That's the language that I dream in. It's exhausting speaking in English. So, what is SADiLaR? That's what Dr. Hulf left for me to say, because he has said the importance of why we are here. But in the context of what we do at SADiLaR, this is vitally, vitally important. This is one of the many initiatives that we are actually embarking on to add currency to the manner in which we use our African languages. Because if you are going to intellectualize a language, if you are going to empower a language, if you are going to add value and currency in a language, it's got to be visible. It's got to be seen. It's got to be heard. It's got to be used. And wiki platforms provide that. And the languages are going to be fully intellectualized. It means someone sitting somewhere in Mpumalanga will be writing something that has actually intrigued them intellectually, and they can abstract all they want in their mother tongue, and they share that. And then you begin to see how deep our thinking is, because we are accessing the depths of our thought in our mother tongue. Try that in English. Umzulu popo uthethe. Uthi nje uhlavela ahlahlele naqale nje ukuthi vele ngeseBantu lesi, ngeseBantu education. Bazalungisa abanikazi balulimi. Why should you bother about that? Let the owners of the language perfect that language. But what are you doing with your own? Are you attending to your own? Is it aiding you to think in the manner in which you want the world to know you? You want to contribute into the knowledge economy. Because as long as we are consumers, that means we are adding nothing to the global world economy, global knowledge economy. Because the world is poorer without what we know. You saw the COVID pandemic. Yeah? Their medicine was not enough to fix us. But did you hear what happened in KZN? We had a solution. But nobody wanted to hear about it. But we started treating ourselves instead. We did. And you heard what the president said. He said they even refused to allow us to actually present our alternative forms of treatment. Because we still are waiting for them to come and give us the right to do so. Aibo. We will wait ad infinitum. Who wants to cede that advantage? They have 300, 500 year advantage, right? And you want them to come and say, we capitulate, take everything, take over. They're not going to do that. You yourself got to stop and say, from today onwards, I think in my mother tongue, I dream in my mother tongue, I teach in my mother tongue, I innovate in my mother tongue. Share it. The world is much better because of the new knowledge centers that we are creating. By unlocking the value of our African languages, we are better. The open science is going to change the world. Because we're saying, let us contribute the multiplicity of knowledge centers. Let us unlock them and share them so that humanity can be better. So SADiLaR is charged with providing resources for all the 12 official languages. And we try very hard, as you saw our nodes and their specialization focus, to actually advance resources in each of the languages and to create and enable the development of these languages. But of course, what remains very clear is that there are certain languages that remain under-resourced, except of course, the English language. And the effort, therefore, is to try and valorize the use and development of resources in these languages. I've spoken about the decade of African languages, International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and the imperative there is to preserve, revitalize, and promote indigenous languages in this decade. We must leave our footprint when this decade terminates. We must say, and we will say it, Bobby, that we created a wiki for isiNdebele because we would have achieved that. But we also want to increase the content of these other languages and the quality there too. And I have challenged my esteemed colleagues because they have structures. They have people that actually are charged with working with these languages. If they can actually lend their expertise in this network of resource development, then we actually will find ourselves improving the quality of content and the presence of our languages in this very important. So the conduct of 4IR actually bids us to develop these resources. And of course, ChatGPT and all the other generative AI technologies are not going to be cleverer if our languages don't have the required data sets for them to be trained on. And I think the competent people have said that. And now you have heard actually why I speak cleverly when I speak in conferences. It's because I have an excellent colleague who shares his expertise very well at SADiLaR. So you see now, a lot of the buzzword that I always share, Gianni, yeah. So we need resources for these technologies to be clever. But we also need these resources in order to develop new technologies that are not there in our African languages. especially the spelling checkers, the grammar checkers, speech-to-text technologies. We can't do that if we are not going to be active in developing these resources in our own languages. So sometimes, to a certain extent, we are actually to blame because we are not developing these resources. And when we do, we don't share them. And SADiLaR is a national research infrastructure that says, if you have resources and you want to share them, bring them to us. We will actually assist in sharing those resources because we have the infrastructure that actually supports, maintains, and can easily share these resources. And of course, what I have always said, when it comes to the sparsity of resources, is because we don't attend to the expertise. Okay, never mind these other things, but the expertise. Asizilolonge kwathina. We don't train ourselves well enough to be actually the drivers of the development of our own languages, particularly in this space of technology development. We don't. And I think you will notice, Bobby, when you are doing the training, you are going to first have to break the suspicion between humanists and technology or computers, because that relationship is not intimate. Siyayisaba ubuchwepheshe. Kodwa umuntu angathenga ifoni akalali ezama ukudinga ukuthi kanti lento isebenza kanjani. But somehow we are scared to actually interface with the computer programs. You know, let us not be scared, because that's the future platform where our languages are going to be subsisting. I'm not going to talk about a lot of things that I prepared, because of course they were prepared in English, and I had a conversation. I had a conversation with my grandmother. And of course they are necessary. Now, some of it I think you have them in your packages about SADiLaR and what SADiLaR does. But I want to speak about shared resources. I think our languages are poor because and of course I'm a humanist. I'm a corpus linguist by training, and we in the humanities like to be solo, you know. And I like to be promoted in my own merit. We are averse to partnerships, to collaboration, you know, and that's exactly what humanists are. But if you dabble into corpus linguistics, computational linguistics, you begin to see the benefits of actually reaching out to people who have other competencies other than yours. Because then you bring two competencies together and you actually start functioning better. You start seeing the world better. You start contributing differently to the world. And I think as long as we humanists continue to be the custodian of our languages and we are averse to collaboration, we are going to be stuck with our languages not progressing at all. We train a lot of our students and graduate students. They have many data sets that they have created. But those data sets, I tell you, they live for 5 years, you dispose of them. You'd rather dispose of them rather than send them to SADiLaR. To say, you know what, there is a data set that my master's student did on idiophones in isiZulu. You can see what you can do with this data set. Every data set is vitally, vitally important, because it will add something that is clever to the tool that you're developing. And the paucity of these data sets means there is very little advances that we can make in the development of these tools. So I think in the training of humanists, we should begin to actually encourage them to interface with other areas of expertise. And I was very happy, Prof. Makubu Badenhorst, when the Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning of African Languages worked in cohorts with the Community of Practice for the Teaching of Mathematics to actually come together and reimagine the teaching of mathematics using multilingual pedagogies. Professor. Because she's the vice chair of the COPAL, and that initiative obviously was driven by the chair and the vice chair of COPAL, and of course USAF, to actually begin to say, you know what, there is something that we can unlock to address attrition rates. Because come to think of it, we are always told that we can't abstract. But we can't abstract. I'll give you this anecdote and then move on. So when I was also learning in European universities, so the professor would actually give a structure, a syntactic structure of what a language looks like. You know, language has trees. And then she says, can you give me examples of this structure? How many sentences can you generate from this structure? So we're doing generative linguistics. And all the time, I had one sentence in English. One. The English boys will give 4, 5, 10 complex sentences. And I'm like, okay, where do they get these examples? And I will go to the library and look for those. No, they were coming from their head. I have very limited complexity in the English language, in my mind, in my brain. I can't be creative in the English language. That's why the Chinese professor said, you're not going to innovate in this language. Because your level of abstraction has limits. Your level of I could only come with 2, 3 examples, but these boys will be flying. And you know, the professor will be writing these examples, and I'm like, wow. And the next thing, what am I going to do? In the exam, I'm going to pick one of their fancy examples. Because I can't abstract to that level. This is what we're doing when we're teaching our students in in English. So let us teach humanists to actually begin to see the profit, the importance, the advantages of looking at other disciplines or areas of expertise, so that at the very early stage, we encourage collaboration. And when we collaborate at that level, as we actually grow in the academic ladder, we are already knowledge creating. You know, we are happy to work with other people with other expertise. We're happy to sit with Bobby with his technical expertise and with our humanist approach and say, what is it? What new product can we actually create and launch? And then our African languages begin to have this global footprint as we want. So collaboration at an individual level, collaboration at institutional level is vitally, vitally important. And Dr. Friedel, who actually made reference to the language resources audit that SADiLaR did, you will be shocked how many resources many universities have created that replicate the same effort. Which means we don't have enough resources, but when we deploy them, we duplicate effort. That's not a smart way of using resources. So we encourage collaboration. We encourage sharing. And this wiki project is going to show us the amazing strength of sharing, of collaborating, of putting our hands together to actually develop something that is good for humanity. And actually authorship and co-authorship and editing and refining our work is that's the hallmark of academia. Because I never publish anything before someone, 2 or 3 people look at it and they actually rubbish a third of what I have written, and I come back and I fix it until it gets published. It is already the culture in academia. Let us extend that culture to the development of our languages. So the challenge is out there to all of us to contribute data, to share the resources so that together we can actually advance our languages. So developing resources for the use of South African languages is a shared responsibility. It requires shared expertise, shared resources, and shared infrastructure. And these other limitations of copyright and ownership issues are supposed to be negotiated, and negotiated very early, because the ultimate goal is to intellectualize and change the use and function of African languages so that we can actually use them in teaching and learning, research, innovation, science, and technology. And of course, we need data sets. Let us create those data sets. Friedel actually said they don't fall from the sky. If you don't see them, you are not doing anything. Not someone is not doing anything. No. If you don't see them, you are not doing anything. You want to see them? Do something. And I think this is a new mantra, Prof. Matonsela, when we go to Alasa. Because we mourn there. The government is not doing enough about our African languages. Government, maybe you should actually tell them. Friedel said, these things won't fall from the sky. If you don't see it, it means you're not doing anything about it. I'm ending. So this SWiP collaboration is very timely. It brings in 3 very important partners, but of course we are extending the partnership to all the universities and the communities that speak these languages, and most importantly, the NLPs and the NLUs. And I must thank the CEO and the executive head languages at PanSALB for this collaboration to come to fruition. I must thank Bobby for the training, for your availability, and of course the entire board to extend the infrastructure to African languages and actually train people to actually actively participate in knowledge creation. You are creating knowledge in your mother tongue. If people don't see your history, the history of Amandebele, history of Abesut, history of Abatwana. If you don't see it, that means you are not putting it. If it is wrong, that means you are not editing it. PanSALB can't complain and say, no, what you've put there is wrong, right? Because they are a partner, right? The CEO is sitting here. The executive head of languages is sitting here. You can actually quality check as this knowledge creation continues. And we really need to channel. Okay, I'm not going to say this to the CEO because things might change drastically at PanSALB, so I'll protect my colleagues. But we need to work differently so that we can actually improve the quality that sits in the cyber infrastructure. And I've said this, I want to add this, I've said this in a couple of platforms. As linguists, we used to say languages that are not documented, languages that don't have orthographies and that they're not written, are endangered. Now, languages that don't sit in the cyber digital infrastructure are those that are endangered. Because the technology is not going to come to our homes to say, now we want ChatGPT version 6. No. It will check in the cyber infrastructure, it doesn't see your data, it forgets about you. So, the languages that don't subsist in the cyber infrastructure is the language that is going to be endangered from now going forward. So we need to get up and start doing something in our African languages. And indeed, that's the elephant in the room. So I want to really thank and commend all the players in this collaboration, all the players in this launch. And we are celebrating. We are celebrating the introduction of the latest language in this community of cyber languages. And we are very happy that you are leading from the front. Ngonyama.
Thank you so much, Professor Kumalo. Thank you so much for the challenges that you have actually posed on each one of us. If it's not in the digital space, in the long run, it will be considered to be non-existent. So where do you put your language and yourself in that space? I think what Prof just talked about now, it's actually challenging us to think deep within ourselves. Where do we want to see our languages? And with that said, I would like us to go for a break, a body break, to have some tea, and then we will continue with the rest of the proceedings of the program. And I must apologize once more for the changes in the program. We started a bit late and we still had a few other things that needed to be fixed in the program. And I apologize. I apologize and I apologize. Thank you. We can go for a body break and also have tea.
Sisalindile, just things that you can note on the program. I told you that this is adjust the program. So as we are coming back, we will be having a speaker from PanSALB, Then after PanSALB, we will have another speaker, which will be Dr. Hatu Mashaba. And then after Dr. Hatu, we will have a gift giving to our speakers, which it will be rendered by Professor Langa. Then we'll be going back to the thingy. We'll be going to the lunch. Siyathokoza inkambeli zethu zisangena nondaba ezitha ngena. Ke sithi mayede ndaba ezitha. Ake sithi mayede ndaba ezitha. Mina bengisukuma inkosi nangenayo ke sukumeni sithi mayede ndaba ezitha. Siyathokoza. Welcome back our guests. Sinamgele Koti. As I was just telling you guys about the program, the changes that will be there on the program, we will have the address by Mr. Lance, and then from Mr. Lance we'll have Dr. Hatu Mashaba, and then after Dr. Hatu Mashaba we'll have a gift giving by Professor Langa, and then we'll be going straight to lunch. Right after lunch, we'll have vote of thanks. And then those ones, well, the king is not speaking. It's a protocol observed. The king, no one speak after the king. So it will be the vote of thanks. Then after vote of thanks, there will be the poet Audrey Kozwana. And then after Audrey Kozwana, then there will be Undabezita. There's an item that we've skipped somewhere there, which was the brief history of Amandebele. That item, it will be rendered by Undabezita himself, so he will be joining the two items there. Thank you. Nikhil, any right? Are you guys, your turn is here, you okay? You warm? Or must the aircon we're attending to it? You must not be shy to speak, guys. But umntwana ungalili kufela embelekweni. Manje ke ayanikhulumi nizwamakhaza lapha. Sanibona senomelela. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back from the tea. I'm hoping you did enjoy the tea and some skonsinyana and so forth. Abayeni banande bathelele itiye ukuthi babuye nakusasa. Ake sizibetheleni izandla sibuyile. I think we must go to lunch, guys. It sounds like you guys are still hungry. Are you guys still hungry? I guess we're telling you the next speaker on the program, as I have said, I'm gonna call the CEO of PanSALB. That is my CEO as well. Why is your CEO? Somebody is now asking himself, why are you saying he's your CEO? Maybe I didn't introduce myself in full. I'm also a member of a Gauteng Provincial Language Committee, which is under Isindebele. I'm bodyguarding Isindebele lapha eGauteng. So he is my boss as well. So who am I talking about? I'm talking about none other than Mr. Lance Chose, who's going to give us the background of PanSALB. Mr. Lance says, ngaphambili ngiba ukuthi simsukumise ngehlombe elikhulu. Hayi elincane, elikhulu. Phela lapha kuzabantu abavikeli belimi.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Testing 1, 2. Before I start, Yabanda Appa, Kakulu, Program Director. Quasi steady course, Hinglini. Moluen. His Royal Majesty King Makasonke Mabana II, Professor Zodwa Madikane, the Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement at UNISA, who I believe is in abstention now. She has conveyed to me that she had an emergency to attend to, but that she will try and join us here shortly.
my esteemed colleague, Professor Langa Kumalo, the Executive Director of SADiLaR, Mr. Bobby Shabangu, the President of Wikipedia, Professor Lolly Makubu-Badenhorst, my Chairperson of the PanSALB Board, Mr. Julius Dantile, our PanSALB Executive Head of Languages, Dr. Hatu Machaba, the Director for Language Services in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Professor Zetu Nkosi, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Mr. Vincent Mashlangu, the Chairperson for the isiNdebele NLB, Mr. Pete Masalele, the Chairperson for the isiNdebele National Lexicography Unit, Program Director. I must say all protocols observed. Apologies also up front. I did note some of the esteemed guests that's in attendance here today that was mentioned by some of the former speakers. All protocols are duly observed. Distinguished guests, I think my task, Program Director, is made all the more easier here today that the speakers before me have actually spoken quite eloquently about what I am about to speak to also. So I must thank them sincerely and appreciatively. And starting with yourself, Dr. Wolf, you hit absolutely all the right notes. The fourth industrial revolution is something that is here, and it actually has been with us for a few years already. We have to actually be very intentional about 4IR, so that somebody that's a child that's playing in Soshanguve, or in Boipatong, or in Mitchell's Plain, or in Langa, or in Guguletu is playing, can actually have a deep sense of what does it mean for me. And I think we have to learn from the previous iterations of the industrial revolutions. When we had the third industrial revolution, it was actually the single predicate of that was the semiconductor chip that was developed. Africa itself lagged behind, and still lags behind, and it was actually referred to as a Luddite group of people. Africa was referred to as being Luddite. And the advances that was made, particularly in the southern hemisphere and particularly in the Americas, and Africa largely was left behind. Here's an opportunity for us to become much more focused and much more intentional. And Professor Langa Kumalo, what you had spoken about also in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, what does it mean? How do we unpack artificial intelligence? What does it mean in terms of our corpus and our status planning? What does it mean? How do we take these data sets? How do we ensure that the orthography rules is established and that we harness and that we learn to actually ensure that we coalesce all of the bodies, including the communities of practice, including the work which we value with our new partners through this tripartite, which is actually a troika agreement. How do we ensure that this really does manifest itself? And we're very glad that one of our languages that have been on the periphery, I had actually had the pleasure of joining another university in looking at their language policy. And they lamented the fact that isiNdebele is one of the languages where we're really battling to get not only educators excited and committed, but also to get learners to start getting a deeper sense of appreciation for our languages. The regression that we have with languages is actually in our own hands, Your Majesty. It goes back to our communities. We can do what we can to ensure that we formalize the language, that we provide for written bodies of work, that we ensure also that we enrich our education system in it, but it really does go back to our communities. And that compact that has to be performed has to be done back with mothers to appreciate the importance of mother tongue education and how do we ensure that languages actually can find resonance within our society in South Africa. You know, Prof. Kumalo, I'm a mother tongue English speaker, but being with PanSALB, I've now got a deeper sense of appreciation that when we are speaking in other of our official languages on this platform, let it rain down. Let it rain down without fear. And if we do not have interpreting services, if we do not have people, let us make use of the opportunity to say, well, we are all official languages. We all should enjoy parity of esteem. And there's absolutely no problem with us expressing ourselves in our languages. And let it become a problem for us as PanSALB to navigate how can we steer the country to ensure that everyone can actually effectively communicate in platforms like this, and let government pay up and take attention to that. Today marks a momentous occasion as we launch this flagship project in partnership with SADiLaR and Wikipedia. The SWiP project is dedicated to digitizing indigenous languages, fostering community participation, and promoting active citizenry in our country. One of the strongest societal discourses that we have at the moment, I think, is predicated due to our inability to have a deeper sense of respect for our languages, and I believe that the evolution of digitizing a lot of our work is going to be quite important, because it will allow us to get greater significant scale in terms of the work that is available, and it will allow much easier access, particularly for people that need to get that, and that is our students, that is our young people. Examples was made earlier on by our prof, the significance of the cell phone and the opportunity that it presents through this Wikipedia partnership, but also to give access to information in a very, very quick form. We are honored to focus on one of our most cherished indigenous languages, isiNdebele, and we truly welcome His Majesty Mabena II's presence to this important event. I must say, Your Majesty, also my experience with a lot of these events have been that we will have a king of a particular kingdom that will participate in the early morning session, and then they will wander off. And we really appreciate you continuing and giving your presence as we launch this significant and historic event. As the Pan-South African Language Board, our aim is to create an environment that fosters the development of all of our official languages and promote multilingualism throughout the country, and also to collaborate beyond South Africa's borders, particularly into the African diaspora. To revitalize indigenous languages, we need to collaborate with stakeholders, including those who safeguard our cultures, traditions, and languages. The lament that we may have in the public service at present about a lack of budget, the lack of resources, really lends ourselves to saying, well, how can we work smarter and harder together? How can we leverage off each other's, such as the partnerships with SADiLaR and Wikipedia? I actually, in my morning informal discussion with Prof. Khumalo, we were talking about this and how we can actually foster this partnership to work in a more significant way. I was glad that even before I could start talking to him, he was actually suggesting these things to me. And one of the things my board also has a deep appreciation is the work you are doing in digitization, and the fact that it complements what we want to do in terms of human language technologies as PanSALB. So we really appreciate the support that you provide. At the recent Indigenous Languages and Media Seminar, I highlighted the importance of media involvement in promoting our indigenous languages, as they play a pivotal role in educating and informing our communities. With the younger generation primarily accessing information digitally, we need to find ways to increase the footprint through the presence of the digital media. By making electronic formats available, communities without written material can learn at their own pace, in their own safe spaces, and acquire language skills and knowledge within a multilingual space, which is, after all, what PanSALB is seized with doing. And this will create a digital repository for these languages. I also use the platform with the media, and my head of communications say, don't dwell too much on this, but I had to lament the fact that when we invite the media to engage them, to share with them critical progress that we are making in terms of language promotion, development, and preservation, that we find a very small cohort that actually has the appetite. And I had to use the platform at the South African National Editors Forum to say that that has got to fundamentally change. And as soon as there's something that creates societal discourse and where language is a problem, then we find all the media platforms wants to talk about it. But I do say that we need to work much better together, and the media is critical in that. For a language to also flourish, it must be actively used. We must ensure that indigenous languages are utilized for a wide range of functions, particularly higher registers, to enjoy equal status. With this project, we hope to inspire language scholars and activists to ensure that their languages have a significant digital presence. There must be an equal digital presence for all of our languages. The statistics that was given to us by Bobby earlier on must serve as an indictment that we simply do not have enough scholars, we do not have enough persons that are providing into the digital capturing of information. That repository, after all, is also there for our future generations. So us as the persons here today, I think, are going to play a critical role in ensuring we reverse that. Despite the decline in print media publishing in indigenous languages, many community media outlets have taken up the challenge of providing their services digitally through websites that publish in indigenous languages. These efforts must be actively supported through collaboration, participation, and by placing advertisements on community media to reinvest in the documentation of our languages. I was also told by a number of editors in the day's engagement that we had is that a lot of the space that they provide in terms of the media, whether in the print or in the visual form, is because of advertising space, which is creates the revenue base, and this, I think, will provide us that opportunity we should be looking at. Engaging communities also in preserving their languages through the Wikipedia platform provides an invaluable opportunity to preserve and promote indigenous languages due to its extensive knowledge base. Your Majesty, we will also be engaging with a number of stakeholders, and we believe it's important that our engagement will allow access so that we can get greater interest in that. We also recognize the importance of prioritizing languages like isiNdebele that lack articles on Wikipedia, as we had seen earlier on, and we'll encourage active community engagement, and we would like to get the support of Your Majesty in this noble initiative. Our ultimate goal is to build a robust repository for all our indigenous languages in the country, achieving the objectives, as set out in the Global Action Plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, to raise global awareness of the critical situation facing many indigenous languages and mobilize stakeholders and resources for the preservation of that. I am fortunate to also be sitting in the UNESCO Committee for Communication and Information, and one of the biggest programs that we are driving is the Decade of Indigenous Languages. And I must say that all of these events, particularly in this Heritage Month, also looking at deaf awareness in this period, all of these actually form part of that international decade. Prof. Khumalo, I do pay respect and homage to what you said earlier on as well. And I paraphrase to some extent, but I can't quote directly, but you did indicate that at the end of the decade of the indigenous language, we must be able to reflect and say, what have we done to reverse the gains in terms of our languages that are falling by the wayside, and we have to become intentional in what we are doing. So it has become our role to ensure that we use the platform in that committee, as well as the national committee where the ministers report into, in respect of the work that's been doing in that regard. As PanSALB, we will believe that language development occurs when the language is actively used. So one cannot separate the development of the language from the actual usage of the language, and that we have to, that's the golden thread that we actually have to put together. This project is going to challenge all of us as isiNdebele is being developed. Our submission also is that the pilot and the success of that must allow us to also then have a look at the range of other languages. There are a range of other dialects that are also advocating for space to ensure that that there's no regression and that they do not lose their particular languages. So the work that we have, I believe, is a very good pilot program, and it needs to be replicated, and the support, and I believe the right partners, and it's been indicated earlier on also here, that we've got all of the partners mentioned, and we're looking very forward also to sharing with you the progress on the success of this initiative, and looking forward to your participation also in contributing towards that. With that, Program Director, I would like to thank you.
Ngiyathokoza ngathi singambethela kodwa izandla. Thank you very much, Mr. Lance, for a great speech. Guys, there's so much that we need to take from what Mr. Lance has said. One thing that I would like to, that he may, and that I would like to make an emphasis on, he said we need to actively use the language. With that said, President of Wikipedia, earlier on you said there's 6,000 entries, 6 million entries that were made by the white community. But I would like to make a confession that out of that 6 million, trust me, 500,000 Ndebeles a day. The only problem, we are not actively using the language. Every time we will come with a nice bus from Mpumalanga, then when we get here in town, we start to change the language. Ashe, likai, the whole day. And then we're not actively using the language. You know, the other day, somebody was even concerned, saying, we want Ndebeles on TV. And then as we look at the credits of the people behind those stories, most of them are Mandebela Khona. But we're not creating a way to land. We're not being active. Zazona uchamela hapa, but we're using wrong terminologies. Ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi Ndabezitha and the chairperson of the CEO of PanSALB and the chairperson of NLP, this is something that we need to address. And I'm so glad, as I stand here, Guti, this Wikipedia project, there is PanSALB involved. So in all the programs, the training that you'll be doing, kungaba kuhle ukuthi PanSALB every time ibe khona, so that we bakwazi ukusitshela ngokubaluleka kokusebenzisa a right orthographic nama spelling rule, which is where we lose our language. And I must make another confession, Ndabezitha. Amandebele sithatheka lula. Siyathatheka. We must make that confession. Uzumuntu atsho ukuthi ubaba omncane ayephi wethu ama terminologies wabosongwana abosohulu sinawo. So actively use of language. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, ngifuna uba siceda mlozi bangathi emthweni ngayo ezinye ngibethe lapha abatwana mthweni okuzimema uzimemile. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna call the next speaker, which is gonna be Dr. Hatu Mashaba. Aseza ngaphambili ngibawa nimbetheleni izandla ezikulu.
His Royal Majesty, King Makosonke Mabena Wesibili, the CEO of the Pan-South African Language Board, Mr. Lance Schultz, the President of Wikipedia South Africa, Mr. Bobby Shabangu, the Executive Director of SADiLaR, Prof. Langa Khumalo, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, I see she's gone out, Professor Zethu Nkosi, Professor Zodwa Mutsa Madikane in absentia, Prof. Makudu Badenhorst, the chairperson of the PanSALB board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here representing the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, which is the department constitutionally mandated to develop, promote, and preserve the official languages of the Republic of South Africa. Indeed, Prof. Khumalo, what an appropriate time to launch this significant project during the Heritage Month, when South Africans are celebrating their distinct cultures, heritage, and languages. Let me start by commending the SADiLaR, Wikipedia, and PanSALB for the launch of the SWiP project in isiNdebele. We all know the history of how isiNdebele was marginalized over the years by the previous regime, and the effects of that marginalization are still detectable to this day. Pre-democracy, all the African languages were marginalized, but there was a category of African languages that fell under the marginalized of the marginalized languages, namely isiNdebele, Siswati, Xitsonga, and Tshivenda, whose development at that time was not prioritized like the other African languages. For instance, isiNdebele was only introduced in schools around 1985. I hope I'm correct, Prof. Before that, the isiNdebele learners were taught in isiZulu at schools. It is therefore commendable that SWiP saw it fit to launch the isiNdebele language in this project. This necessary redress is in line with Section 6.2 of the Constitution, which emphasizes redress of the previously marginalized languages, stating that we need to take practical and positive measures to ensure that these languages are elevated and their use is improved. This brings us to what I've been asked to speak about, which is the importance of preserving languages in general and South African languages in particular. Languages must be preserved because apart from being a medium of communication, they embody unique cultural wisdom of a people. Languages are also crucial in marking one's identity. By the use of a language, we are able to distinguish one ethnic community from another. Once a language disappears or is extinct, we lose much of the culture, the history, and heritage of the people who spoke it. And UNESCO sums it up very nicely when they say that the loss of any language is a loss of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a reality that languages do go extinct if measures are not put in place to preserve them. A practical example in South Africa is one of the, I know some people will differ with me when I say this language is in the San group of languages. However, to my knowledge, this language is in the San group of languages called the Ngqu language. This language, though not yet extinct, is endangered because it currently has only one speaker remaining in the name of Oma Katrina Esau. To save this language from extinction, the department as well as the Pan-South African Language Board are doing everything in their power to ensure that this language is preserved through multiple interventions in partnership with the remaining speaker of the language, Oma Katrina. Language extinction is a sad reality worldwide. And according to UNESCO, given the rate at which languages worldwide are going extinct, they predict that around 3,000 languages of approximately the 7,151 languages that are spoken in the world currently could disappear before the end of the century. And Prof. Khumalo, the problem has led to the United Nations proclaiming a decade to protect and preserve these languages. Prof, I think you will be comforted to hear what I'm going to say, that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is taking a leading role in government in ensuring that the roadmap devised by all the three spheres of government in response to the declaration by UNESCO is fully implemented. We've got a roadmap indeed, Prof, that has the short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals that need to be achieved in response to the decade. And on the 20th of October, the department has convened a gathering, a National Language Stakeholder Engagement Forum, where the different spheres of government are going to be reporting on this roadmap, their achievements in response to the decade. Having stated the importance of preserving our languages, I think it's very important that when I look around, I don't see many people that are coming from the government sector. I think it's important for me to very briefly share what government is doing to preserve the official languages of the country, that is protecting them from being endangered and or extinct. This is important to share because sharing these kind of milestones to audiences will also give us an opportunity to get feedback from the speakers of these languages in cases where they feel like we have prioritized other focus areas at the expense of others. The first most important milestone by government was to create a conducive constitutional and legislative framework for the preservation of these languages. And in this regard, the 1996 Constitution of the Republic of South Africa declared 11 languages as the official languages of the country. We all know what the official languages of the country are. And a recent milestone, as most of you are aware, is that just 2 months ago, on the 27th of July, the President assented to the Constitution 18th Amendment Act number 3 of 2023, which recognizes South African Sign Language as the 12th official language of the Republic. The constitutional mandate is further enhanced by the Use of Official Languages Act number 12 of 2012, whose main objective is to regulate and monitor the use of official languages in national government. Of utmost importance in this act is the obligation placed on national government departments, national public entities, and national public enterprises to develop language policies and to establish language units. I see that we've got students from the University of Mpumalanga, and for your information, this act, as it places the obligation to the different national departments, public enterprises, and public entities, one of the drive was to create employment for language practitioners, aspirant language practitioners like yourselves. Government further realized the need to professionalize the language profession by promulgating the South African Language Practitioners Council Act number 8 of 2014. This act, when fully implemented, will oblige every language practitioner to be registered and accredited by the council in order to practice, and will further set standards for quality of translators and interpreters. There's an event that happened during Nelson Mandela's funeral that we all don't want to remember. This act, it's an intervention by government to ensure that such do not happen ever again. During the period 2000 to 2004, Professor Mutsa is not here, but she would agree with me. Institutions of higher learning experienced dwindling numbers of students that were pursuing their studies in African languages. The situation was so dire that some universities were forced to restructure the African languages departments. Government saw it necessary to intervene, and it established a language bursary scheme to sponsor students studying African languages. And since 2004 to date, government has managed to financially assist approximately 4,500 students that have since graduated. Some of the language bursary schemes graduates are self-employed as freelance translators, while some are employed in the 3 spheres of government, in the legislatures, parliament, institutions of higher learning, as well as the private sector. Government has also made a concerted effort to develop and preserve technical terminology in all the official languages in order to empower these languages to be functional in technical domains such as the economy, education, science, and technology. These multilingual terminologies are preserved and are easily accessible to the public in the departmental website. And I believe they are also accessible in the SADiLaR website as well, Prof. Government takes cognizance of the fact that we are faced with the challenge of globalization and that our indigenous languages should be part of the rapidly expanding technological environment. Hence, its establishment of the Human Language Technology Unit, whose responsibility is to facilitate and support the development of language technologies that ensure redress for the previously marginalized indigenous languages. Amongst the many language technologies that the department has financially supported is an interesting one, which is the Multilingual Dictionary for Endangered South African Languages. This dictionary is in the new language that I just previously spoke about, that it is endangered. It's in the new language, the Kuku-Hoab language, which is also an endangered language, one of the Nama group of languages, and in English and Afrikaans. This dictionary is available online as an app and in hard copy format and can be requested from the department. I will not mention all the HLT tools that the department has financially supported. Suffice to say that they are all easily accessible from the SADiLaR website, and Prof. Kumalo and team from SADiLaR are here, Doc, and can assist with more information on how to access those tools. They are also downloadable online. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that government has achieved some milestones in developing, promoting, and preserving the official languages of the country. However, a lot still needs to be done. And working together with institutions of higher learning, language and cultural institutions, and all formations that champion the preservation and development of indigenous languages, we can do more. Ngiyathokoza.
Sithokoze nathi Dr. Hatu Mashaba asimbethele inkosi izandla. Hayi senibethiza izandla zendlala nje khona siziyala. Hayi kuzakulunga sizibetheni inkosi izandla. Ngiyathokoza Dr. amazwi amnandi kangaka osiphe wona. Ngicabanga ukuthi umsebenzi lokho kwenziwe ngibabujiyane kufanele ukuthi sikuthulele ingwani nedanginayo ngokuthatha ama-student wakho uze nawo kulomnyanya. Kuba yini ngitsho njalo na, abantu ekufanele ukuthi kube ngibo abafaka leli lwazi ku Wikipedia kufanele kube bafundi abakhona ngema-university. Mandebele saziwa kakhulu ngokugwala, ke saziweni khulu ngokuthi sifundile. Ngakho sinabodokotela namhlanje abangaphasi kwesumi esindebeleni. Kuzokubaleka ukuthi ke nathi singasabi bomva kwabo, ke sigijima siphakamiseni amakosi. Engicabanga ukuthi abaphathi behlelo nakeminye iminyanya enjengale kuyokubaleka ukuthi Dr. Malele mhlambe ukuya phambili abafundi esinabo ngema-university wethu senze njengoba uJiyane enzile size nabo lapha. Ngoba namhlanje sithwaya umlando indaba ezitha esiwenzelwa iSADiLaR. Kodwa na umunye yokubuza ukuthi yini iSADiLaR bese uyabuza ukuthi ngubani uNomsasikhosana. iWikipedia kufanele ukuthi kuphendule. Ngoba ngaphandle koNomsasikhosana amandebele asiyazi iSADiLaR. Ke ngibona abatlola bakhona ngapha besindebele. Any writers indebele writers? Nkosi yamasi nawo. Va online. Kuyakubaleka ukuthi ke kube khona mhlambe indaba ezitha ngelinye ilanga nasinemnyanya efana nale ke kube nebhesi esuka kweletha abatloli. Ngoba kufanele langijame la ngi-interview uNomsasikhosana ukuthi ikhambo lithetheko bezufike la ukhambe ikhambo elingangani bese siyalifaka lapha ku Wikipedia. Sinayo uDoktere nomsebenzi. Kodwa nabanye abamazi, nami bengingamazi ngenilanga ngenza ihubhululo ngaye. Kodwa na ngeWikipedia siyokuthi nase fanele ukuthi kube nomuntu oyokuxola ukuthi ngubani uDoktere Malele nomsebenzi. KunoDoktere osathethe umhlala phasi uDoktere Malobola Ndlovu, kodwa nabanye asimazi. Ngakho ke lokhu ke iWikipedia ngiyo ke eseyosihelebha khulukhulu. Nangitsho njalo ke ngithi mina sithokoza kakhulu kibo abenzi bomnyanya lo nabasunguli baleli hlelo. Ungabi siqeda mlozi mthweni. Hey, sesiyalamba lapha. Isikhulumi esilandelako siyakuthatha uProf Langa, Professor Langa uzosipha izipho gift giving by Professor Langa. Kancane sengiyaya ke khona lapho uAudrey Kozwana angisamboni kodwa ngajabula ukumbona azilungise ngoba nje we is going straight. We will be rendering all this item up until the end of the program before we go to lunch. Abalambe njengami apologies on that regard. Thank you Professor Langa, thatha indawo. Asibetheleni uProfessor Langa izandla. Phela wangabethi isandla lapha uthola isifo.
Angilandanga ngizokhuluma sizonikeza abahlonishwa bethu izipho zabo. Ngithe uma ngikhuluma lana yabona uxube isingesi nesizulu. Ngathi mina ugcina uhamba ngitheni bengisho amasaka mina. Wena wahomusha wafaka esingesini. Ngicela ubaba Shabangu Bob. Sicela ukuhlonipha siSADiLaR. So ngithe mina agcwala ikhwama namasaka. Wena lokuthi ulanga. Igama lami ulanga. Sibonga sakaKhumalo. Nomzana Khulumalo. the CEO, Mr. Lance Schultz. Again, as he actually called it a tripartite, indeed, we are very fortunate that both Wikipedia, South Africa, and PanSALB Africa, the PanSALB African Language Board, were very willing collaborators in this effort. And we are hoping that the path that we're charting today is indeed going to be historic, transformational, and translational. And we actually have staked our fate very, very high, because we are in the presence of His Royal Highness. And I'm sure that the weight of his kingdom is going to come to bear on the task that we have charted ourselves and PanSALB and Wikipedia. We will have his presence in our work and in this work throughout. I think the challenge is out there for us, and our work is cut out. Dr. Hatu, please, on behalf of the Chief Director. This is an old friend of mine.
You want to smile? Big guys. 1, 2, 3. Here we go again. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to make you carry many things. I'll bring this up to your table. I think for the executive dean, no, not now. For the executive dean, we are going to, when she comes back, if she comes back. Otherwise, we are going to request the head of protocol to actually take. Oh, you can, yes. That's my boss. So how can I do that? That's my boss, who sits in the board and steering committee of SADiLaR. So don't get me fired. Okay. And it's September already. The performance appraisal is coming. Program Director, thank you very much.
Ngiyathokoza Professor Khumalo. Ngibize right. Khumalo. Hayi man nomzana wena uyasimoshisa. Asijwayelanga biza abantu abadala ngamagama. Kanti sibalungu yini? Hey, simoshisa. Siyathokoza ngibawa sibabetheleni izandla ngezipho. Kengatsho ngathi umnyanya lo bengeke waba khona ngaphandle kwaNomsa Sikhosana. Sipho noma singakasiphathi kodwa sisamthokoza. Kuyoba kuhle ke sibahloli simthokoze ngearticle jiyane yokuthoma esoyifaka ku Wikipedia wena ucabanga njani? Ya kungabi singamboni lapha sesimfunda ukuthi umlando kaMufi guys asijugulukeni singasolo sifunda umlando kaMufi ke sifunda umlando kaJiyane asaphila sazi ukuthi uJiyane ikutani njani
Ngokutsho njalo ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngithokoza kakhulu Branko Nkambule nawe nangikubona kwakhe kwaba nehlelo elihle ekwekwezi silibiza ukuthi sakha ilimi lethu. Kanengi ke there's so much content ebeyikhona lapho kulimi sakha ilimi lethu esihlogako sibafundi ema universities. Engicabanga ukuthi ke mhlambe njengoba sesinalo le platform ye Wikipedia kungaba kuhle ke mvezi mhlambe nanihleli lapha nisigungu se language bese niyazi translate ke lezi ezinye izinto sizifake ku Wikipedia nathi sibafundi sikwazi ukuthi ke kube ma source esingarefera kiwo azosakha sisichaba mhlambe kusibawe ngisibawa ukuthi nikhambe naso ngeSABC sengizakuzwa ngani ngizakulalela emhathweni. Ngokutsho njalo ngiyokuthatha next speaker which it will be the vote of thanks by uProfessor Zethu Nkosi. Asimbetheleni izandla aseza.
Good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, I'd like to apologize on behalf of Professor Nkosi. She is held up next door. There is a media engagement between UNISA and the media. Firstly, I'd like to just acknowledge Ikumgani Umakosonge Mapena. And then secondly, the CEO of SADiLaR, Professor Khumalo, and then the CEO of PanSALB, Mr. Lance Schultz, and their colleagues, colleagues from Wikipedia, Mr. Bobby Shabangu. I don't want to stand in between your lunch, as it has been indicated that I think that everyone just wants to go to lunch. And so I will not say much, Kumgani, because I think that everyone wants to go and eat. Just to indicate that I think that earlier you touched on the importance of universities and their role in building languages. And you have requested that universities should actually play a role in strengthening isiNdebele. And I think that as UNISA, I will say that we have heard that request, and we are well placed to play a role in that. I think that the VP has indicated that we're the only university in South Africa that is offering the entire number of languages in the country. And so we've also indicated that we've got colleagues who have PhDs in isiNdebele and who can play a role in developing the language. So we've had that request. To the colleagues from Wikipedia, from SADiLaR, from PanSALB, we really are grateful for this partnership that we have started, and we wish that we can take it forward. I would also like to thank the attendees, the audience who is here, for gracing this event and sacrificing all that you had to do today. It shows your commitment and your recognition of the importance of isiNdebele language. Thank you so much on behalf of UNISA. Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza. Ake simbetheleni izandla. Unithokoze noke. Umnyanya lo bengeke waba khona ngaphandle kwenu. Umnyanya kusimnyanya ngaphandle kwesichaba. Sizibetheleni izandla ngokuba khona. Sesiyakule item engiyithandayo le. Yabona item le engiyithandayo, item le yenza ukuthi nemathunini bakudlule bagijimela kuya ngekhaya bayokudla. Uthole yeah, manje ke now we're going to the last speaker kuzoba ngundaba ezitha. Ngaphambi kwendaba ezitha ngebe ngibiza uAudrey. Kodwa na ke ngaphambi kokuthi ngitsho lokho ngemva kwendaba ezitha angisayokukhuluma. No dade lo ngiberekisana naye ngibambisene naye akasayokukhuluma. ngakho ke angimthathe leli thuba ngimthokoze ukubambisana enkunobheni ngithokoze ngiyothokoze uNomsa Sikhosana iningi lethu sila ngoNomsa Sikhosana ngathi ngambona Nomsa lomkhulu namhlanje ngunomnyanya uNomsa Sikhosana nguye ozokubandamela la ku podium bese ke uzositshela ngekambiso esiyilandela nase siyokudla athi ukuthi abondaba ezitha nofana ingikhambeli zethu ziyokudlela kuphi ngombana ngeke ngisaba nayo le item undaba ezisekakhulumile akhe sibetheleni unomnyanya izandla
Lochani bengakazimisela ukukhuluma angikho ku program kodwana inkhambeli zethu zizokudlela e-cafeteria sizobaphekelela e-cafeteria and then bonke esibamemileko bazokudlela ku exam room yokthoma siyathokoza ukukhambela umnyanya lo sithokoze khulu
ngiyathokoza Nomsa Sikhosana basayongibetha nyana ngiyathokoza ngokutsho njalo ke ngiyabe ngisikimisa imbongikazi yethu uAudrey Sikhosana Kozwana ngemva kweAudrey Kozwana kuyobe kusukuma undaba ezitha ubaba uMakhosonke kuye undaba ezitha ozosipha umlando esiweqele phezudlwana ngithatha imicrophone yami ngiyinikela uAudrey Kozwana ozakwenza adume ngakho akhe simbetheleni izandla
thathi komo nasi kambuduma kamasuka sukile hisigwegwe sakobingweni ngathana ikhibi ngesoluthi sasokuzama ukweluleka sasinda ngokuba sigwegwe selitshe uzombili umnana kwasele ikomo ngekwamusika mhlanga komo zembe nabantu ngebakwagu njengomlambo ozela amanzi zulu masuku nenzasi khamba uyokuna kwamkhopha le lapha uyokubulala ikomo nabantu ayisele Ndebele
ngibawa siphakame undaba ezitha seza ngaphambili sithi bayede ndaba ezitha bayede ndaba ezitha ithuba ngelakho singahlala phasi
ngithokoze mhlali ngaphambili ngithokoze abaphathi ngokulandelana kwabo beYunivesithi yeSewulakazi yeAfrika esikiyo namhlanje abaphathi ngokulandelana kwabo bePanSALB inhlangano zonke ezikhona la nemvakashi ukuvela indawo ngendawo nginthokoze emini yanamhlanje bengitsho kodwa ngithi ngahlala nginebhadi ngikhuluma lapha abantu sebalambe khona lento ifuna iza kufuna ukuthi kicalwe ukuthi ingalungiswa njani sakhumbula umhlali ngaphambili ukhulumile ukuthi kune item edlulweko lapha ethi umlando omfitshane wamaNdebele. Ngithi ke ngithome ngawo kancane ngoba umuntu owayefuze azowubeka ngalomoya wayezolo uphethukelwe yindlu. Manje ke ngabona ukuthi ngcono sengithathe ngikhamba naye. AmaNdebele singesinye isichema sabanguni njengamaZulu, amaXhosa, amaSwazi. Siza la eTransvaal siholwa ingwenyama uNdebele bese kuba nengwenyama umhlanga lo ola eRandfontein waba nendodana indodana yakhe ayokwakha lapha kwaMnyamana ePitori indodana yakhe Umusi waba namadodana alikhomba. uManala wahlala khona endaweni ezizungeze iPitori abo Khalinen abo Rayton abo Paulsfontein abo Witbank. Indodana enye yakaMusi uNzunza waya ngasePumalanga lapha kiBorosenekal. uGegana waya ngaseTlagwini lapha kiBosibidiyela nalapha eMgombani. uMhwaduba yena ula eyamaskrala. Bese umlando usitshela ukuthi kunomphaphuli la. Umphaphuli ongaseTlagwini naye kwelamavenda. Bese itsho ke ukuthi uDlomo waphindela wabuyela emuva eNatal. Angikazongena endweni ezinengi sengifuna ukuthinda izinto eziyikinga emlandweni wamaNdebele mhlambe. Laphe abanye bathi amaNdebele iMandebele kaMzilikazi. Abantu bangazichapha zonke izinto mara nabachapha leyo kusho ukuthi ngivuka noma ngilele. Sakhumbula ukuthi umlando usitshela ukuthi isitshaba samaNdebele saba la eTransvaal kusuka lapha eminyakeni yabo 1500. Manje uMzilikazi wafika la eTransvaal ngabo 8 hlangana kwabo 1820 1822 la kwaManala bese kubusa khona ingwenyama uSibindi kwanzunza kubusa ingwenyama uMagodongo. Njengoba abantwana bakaMusa abalikhombe bengikhuluma ngabo kwathi ngokulala kwengwenyama uMusi bathoma balwa babodwa baphuma ngamunye angazongena khulu lapho. Ngifuna ukuyibeka isethi sizwakala. Kungakho bengichaza ukuthi uNzunza waya kuphi uMhwaduba waya kuphi. Ikhambile ke ngaleyo ndlela. Into akaMzilikazi wakhamba namanye amaNdebele. La kwaManala wakhamba namaNdebele, kwaNzunza wakhamba namaNdebele. Kungakho eZimbabwe kunembongo zamaNdebele namhlanje. Kungakho abanye abazibiza ukuthi maNdebele imbongo zabo ziyabaphikisa ukuthi maNdebele. BaMaxhosa abanye babeSwazi baMaswati. Kodwa ke ukuthi bathi bona bamaNdebele ukuthi uMzilikazi wahlala kancane esithabeni samaNdebele agcina azibiza naye njengeNdebele. Naselazo khamba waselazibiza njengeNdebele. Incwadi eziuchaza kuhle umlando kaMzilikazi ngoba into ekulu ukuthi ukukhuluma lokhu kuthethephi ngoba nami ngase ngilalela ngivuke ngikhuluma. Kunale ncwadi ethi Tsamakhoshi le Dilete ebhalwe ngubaba uMufi uMminele neShupa Mabaka. Ngizo incwadi ezichaza kuhle into yaka Mzilikazi. kunenye ebhalwe diliti kuphela nayo ichaza kuhle into yomlando wenchaba zabantu abanzima hlangana nazo zichaza into kaMzilikazi. Now isitshaba samaNdebele ngeceke isitshaba samaNdebele sasihlukene kanengi ngoba isitshaba sakwaNzunza besingaphasi kombuso welibuwa iManala nePungutjha neLithu ingaphasi kwebuphuthatswana ngabo 1977 kwenziwa regional authority imnyamana inzunza yanikezwa ama-powers kwahlanganiswa imnyamana nenzunza kwatholakala i-territorial authority ngo-1978 kula iKwaNdebele yayinikezwa khona i-self-governing state ngabo-80 kula bekudevelopa khona ilimi lesiNdebele ngo-1994 kuphela kumbuso wakwaNdebele i-development eningi ngelimi lesiNdebele yenzeke cishe ngaphezulu kweminyaka eli-10 yombuso wakwaNdebele nasakhumbula icollege yamatitshere yakwaNdebele eyayifundisa amatitshere ukudevelopa kwelimi lesiNdebele sibe nesikhathi esincane khulu ke thina sokudevelopa amalimi wethu kunezinye intshaba ezikhona zeSewula eAfrika enye into eyenze ukuthi ilimi lethu lingadevelop lifike lapha mhlambe silifuna khona nawuqala intshaba ezaba nama university ngizo ezadevelopa ngcono amalimi wabo nawuqala iLubuwa iKwaZulu ibuphuthatswana iCwacwa badevelopa ngcono amalimi wabo thina ngoba zange saba na university kungakho isiNdebele kwathi nakuphela ke umbuso wango-1994 besingaka develop ukufika lapha besisifuna khona ngoba nawuza ukuthi ilimi lidevelopile kulilimi eselinabo doctor nabo professor ilimi elinababhali bencwadi ezisezingeni eliphezulu ilimi elinabahlami bemibhino ngokwehlukana ngitsho nayo yennodo uqobo lwayo kusho ukuthi ilimelo selithuthukile sisesemva ngakho bengicela ukuthi bakwa PanSALB ilimi ezange lathuthuka kiwo wonke amalimi eSewula eAfrika siNdebele angithi babe biased but kuzohelebha kakhulu ukuthi bafake ngcono ekuthuthukiseni ilimi lesiNdebele ngoba kusho ukuthi amalimi amanye la ngeke siwabambe if thina singakere ingcono ukuthi siwabandamele kusho ukuthi azaloke aphambili njalo sithokoze imizamo mhlamba abayenzako nabayenzileko ngelimi lesiNdebele kuhle nathi amaNdebele sijame ngenyawo sicucuzele nabantu abethu bafunde isiNdebele enkolweni emakhaya ngoba ngibe no circuit manager wembiwana uyalila uthi isiNdebele enkolweni sichinga phasi kusho ukuthi kufuneka umkhankaso sonke ke singene emphakathini sikhulume nabazali ukuthi mabafunde isiNdebele nabamaNdebele ukuze isiNdebele sithuthuke siye phambili ngeke saba sitshaba samaNdebele nayikhube isiNdebele asikho enkolweni nema-university kamari singahlakanipha kangangani kusho ukuthi ekugcineni kwelanga amaNdebele azogcina aphelile kusezandleni zethu ukuthi sifuna ukwenzani sifuna ukuhlala sikhona njengesitshaba samaNdebele namkha sifuna ukuphela na Nayikhube sifuna ukuhlala sikhona asihelebhaneni. Sicicuzela abazali nabantwana bafunda isiNdebele. Nala emalokishini sibacicuzele amaNdebele afunda isiNdebele. Kwangathi PanSALB nayo ingahelebha emalokishini njengala eGauteng. Nafuze kufundwe isiNdebele kuba nenkinganyana eziningi. Kukhulunywe lokho. Nasicala eLimpopo amaNdebele angaseLimpopo badosa nzima ngokufunda isiNdebele ngoba kwangathi abazwakali kuhle. Kanti kulungelo labo ukuthi bafunde ilimi abafuna ukulifunda. Kuhle ukuthi iPanSALB ihelebhe kwezinye izinto abantu bafunde ilimi abalifunayo. Njengesitshaba samaNdebele sifuna ukuthi abantu abethu nathi sifunde ilimi lethu. Kuhle lokho abakuvezileko ko Wikipedia namhlanje besingazi noma singazihloga indwezi noma marake sizakhuluma ukuthi kunento nina kenivula nicale kenibhale man. Hawu singaba sitshaba esinjani noyedwa umuntu abekekho. Bathola abantu bekhethu bahlakaniphe kangaka nifunde kangaka. Kusho ukuthi beningazi mhlawumbe. Nibhala ngamanye amagama. Nibhala ngamanye amalimi. Njengoba inkinga esinayo abantu bekhethu banenkinga ukuthi bayasaba ukukhuluma isiNdebele.
Bayede.
Bakhuluma isiZulu. Bakhuluma isiSuthu. Abantwana abaningi nangikhaya kwaNdebele bafunda isiSuthu. Bafunda isiZulu. Banamahloni ngesiNdebele sabo. Zizinto lezi emde sijame ngenyawo sizilwise njengesitshaba. Ngoba ngeke sithuthuke njengesitshaba nayikhube ilimi lethu alifundwa enkolweni. Ngalokho ngibona ukuthi thathi isikhathi khulu ngithokoze khulu iproject le ukuthi ihlonywe begodi icalene nelimi lesiNdebele. Ngithokoze khulu ukuthi ngibone kwangathi abafundi nabafunda isiNdebele bakhona la namhlanje. Into leyo isinikeza amandla ukuthi siza kufika lapha siyakhona. Kuhle uhelebhana njengabantu ngoba akekho umuntu ongayiwina lepi ayedwa. Intshijilo zinengi engicabanga ukuthi nathi sinazo intshijilo nani ninazo intshijilo. Kuhle nanke saba nendlela ukuthi sihlangana njani ukuthi silungise intshijilo ezikhona njengesitshaba samaNdebele. Ikareko yethu khulu ukuthi mde sikhulume besithuthukise ilimi lesiNdebele elithuthuke njengamanye amalimi entshaba ezikhona eSewula yeAfrika. Mhlala ngaphambili lokhu komlando kuza kuya ngomhlala ngaphambili ukuthi bathini abaphetheko besingababhalela sibanikeze comprehensive history sibanikeze yona so that bazi ukuthi amaNdebele sivelaphi siya kuphi asiwo thina bakamzilikazi simaNdebele. Ngithathele lithuba mhlala ngaphambili ngithi kwangathi uzima angehlisa umoya ocwengileko asiphephise kizo zonke ingozi ezikhona ephasini apha. Asandisela amalanga okuphila. Ngiyathokoza.
Bayede nabezitha bayede nabezitha bayede. Siyathokoza ndabezitha ngekulumo ehle kangaka usiphe yona. Kade sike ngizokubiza godi Prof Langa Khumalo azosipha isipho sakandabezitha. Bathi undabezitha usiphe ukhulume kwazala izandla. Ngakho ke naye kufanele ukuthi kube nentwanyana esimpha yona azakuhamba naye ekhaya. Bayede. Uma uba ukuthi nileliza izipho zikaNdaba ezitha. Ngiyathokoza Nomzana Khumalo, Professor Khumalo. Into engiyikhuluma lapha ngoba ukuthi singabethana. Yazi navani yokukhuluma emva kwendaba ezitha ungabetshwa nokubetshwa. Ndaba ezitha ngemvumo yakho ngiba ubethe isandla phezulu kwesinye ngiba ukukhuluma ngemva kwakho. Into ngifuna ukuthunywa yona lapha ukuthi ke abantu abazosipha ukudla, they are running just slightly behind schedule. So with that said, we just gonna add one item on the program, but then leyo item esoyingezelela ku program undaba ezitha ayisamdingi. Sizokwenza nje imphakamiso nofana thought from the audience. So ngokutsho njalo undaba ezitha ngiyakukhulula ukuthi undaba ezitha bamthathe nengikhambeli zethu bazise la undaba ezitha ayokudlela khona bese ke siza kusala siragaraga kancane nje undaba ezitha sasukuma sisukume bese sithi bayede indaba ezitha bayede indaba ezitha ngibawa ke oyokukhambisa undaba ezitha nengikhambeli zethu bam escorte bekungaba kuhle ke ukuthi nasiyokwenza le item engiyoyenza mhlambe njenge SADiLaR ingikhambeli ze SADiLaR zingakhambi zonke ngoba mhlambe ngaba neminye imibuzo esifuna ukuyibuza zona. Ngiyathokoza ngibawa ukuthi ke sihlale phansi siqedelele nje le item esesingezelelile sisalindile. Le item ngibize ukuthi it will be a thought from the audience nofana imphakamiso eniyokuthanda ukuthi nizenzele bakwa SADiLaR no Wikipedia kilomnyanya omuhle kangaka. Ngicabanga ukuthi bakwa SADiLaR nebakwa Wikipedia nebakwa PanSALB basesekhona ababajameleko njengoba siyokwenza lezo mphakamiso. Jiyana ngiboleka umfundi akho yedwa omthembako ngiyamboleka ngizompha i-microphone le ikambiso ke eseyilandela ngiyokubawa ukuthi onesiphakamiso nofana onombuzo if anyone has a question or has a something that he wants to say in relation to this beautiful event that we just had, then you're just gonna raise your hand. And then SADiLaR and PanSALB, if there's something that you would like to answer based on the recommendations, you just raise your hands, we give you a mic, you make those recommendations, and then as soon as the lunch is ready, you guys, you just tell me, because I can go on the whole day. Ngiyathokoza khona ukuthoma ufuna ukuthi abe nesiphakamiso mbandeni ngicabanga ukuthi bengaba kuhle baba njengoba utshilo ukuthi there are some people online. If there are any questions that they would like to raise or any suggestions, critical, positive critical analysis based on this event, ungithathele wona nje nazikhona. Ngiyathokoza. Nangekho enifuna ukukutsho regarding ilanga namhlanje singavala sahlala khona lapha salinda. Is there anyone who want to say anything regarding ilanga lanamhlanje? Noma nje sekumamazo okuthokoza nofana kuyini nofana kuzimphakamiso. Ngiyasibona isandla lapha mbandeni ngiba i-students sakho esigijima.
Awa nokho siku conference room la siyakhuluma nakama mic ungawara. Zinto zanje.
Yeah. Mbandeni sizazelaphi izinto ezisingazikhambi. Hey. Ya umbandeni uthi kune conference room kunama microphone lapho uzasukandelele lapho umbandeni ayithini technology izemvana ngiba ukuthatha nangu baba bese ngize kuwe nomzana baba
ucofa apha mhlakazi
khona lapho so ucofile sengiyakuzwa
ndiyavakala wona
yebo baba
enkosi kakhulu igama lami ndingubizwa Bomela ndisuka eMpuma Koloni eWalter Sisulu University okwam kukubulela lemini namhlanje ukumenywa apha but also the fact that isiNdebele as a language is being recognized. I was speaking to my colleagues about that and the importance of that, but also I was saying, but seemingly also because isiNdebele is not the only language that has been sidelined and marginalized over the years. In the Eastern Cape, we have Amampondo. Simpondo on its own is a language, which Amampondo have a kingdom that emanates from, comes from Umpondo Misa because they were twins, but then again they decided to part ways because Umpondo wanted to also lead the nation under Ukomganunjani. So it's really important that we get to then recognize those languages. However, I have concerns, more especially that we are here and academia, which is the university, has been given the mandate to promote the language. My concern is the fact that we're speaking of preserving the languages and protecting the languages. And when we're speaking of protecting and preserving the languages, what comes into mind is then purism when it's speaking of language. And then that becomes a contradiction because language is not static. Language evolves over time as part of culture. Now, what is it that exactly that we're saying? How do we then preserve language and then speak of translanguaging and also speak of language evolution? University promotes translanguaging. University promotes what is called language variation, that language changes over time. And sometimes language changes and develops because of intermingling with other cultures and appreciating each other's diction because of those interactions. I'm concerned about that contradiction. How do we then clarify that and say, actually, this is exactly what we want to do and this is the direction that we want to do? How do you translanguage? How do you promote language variation, whereas you also want to protect the language? Because people who speak mainly on protection of language and preservation of language. For me, that speaks to purism. I stand corrected, but I need clarity on that. What is it exactly that you want to do? Not just as it sees with someone, but singabantu nje kuphela.
Oh, yak time, baba. So ngizabanga Madam Speaker out of order. Nakhona ke ngiyathokoza nomzane uthe ubuya ngeuniversity iphi?
Walter Sisulu University, Eastern Cape.
Ngiyathokoza Walter Sisulu University.
Not also WSU, also something else.
Yeah, ngiyathokoza kuba nesikhambele esivela kude kangaka nemphakamiso osozenzile. Kuhleke kimi ukuthi I'm still in the presence of a couple of doctors that I can see. Nakhona ke onependulo nofana ke ongakwazi ukuthi akhelephe kulokho ngicabanga ukuthi ke uzokuphakamisa isandla bese khelephe. Ngoba baningi ke doctor ngibabona lapha. Ngisalinde udoctor mhlawumbe ungavolontara nangukuthi nofana nakhona onependulo ngilokho nakangekho nakhona umfolo uya record uyagadangisa lapha kilabo aba professor sebaphumile basazokuhlala phansi baca no lesi siphakamiso kusiphakamiso esihle ekufuna ukuthi mhlambe sikuphendule bese basiphendula ipendulo iyafika kuwe njengalokho ufike la ngeemail sipendulo yakhe yokufika ngeemail nangukuthi akekho kwazi ukuphendula gadisi ngibone isandla lapha phezulu nyana. And then you are next, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Program Director, for giving me this opportunity. So I think it's a good platform, to talk about preserving African languages using, technologies. So I think. We are still encountering a drawback or challenges in terms of, preserving these languages using technologies. Because another thing that I have encountered, especially when I'm using public transport, I see that, most of young people are always, glued to their cell phones, they are on social media platforms, but you find that oral communication is dying because people are no longer talking to each other. Even at home, you find that people are just sitting in the living room. Everyone is on social media, and there's no communication that is happening there. So meaning that at some point, technology is also disadvantaging our languages. I think there's something that needs to be done. To preserve and promote our African languages, especially, by the language holders. So I also have a question here to SADiLaR and PanSALB. My question is that what is it that SADiLaR and PanSALB are doing, to bring equality when it comes to promoting, all these indigenous languages? Because right now, there's inequality in terms of usage of, African languages. And, the Constitution of South Africa promotes that, all these languages should be utilized equally. So I would like to hear from the SADiLaR and PanSALB as to what is it that they're doing to, bring equality in terms of the usage of African languages. Thank you. My name is Ndiwo Sondani.
Nda. Ngiyathokoza iSADiLaR nePanSALB nayikhona bangayiphendula lo mbuzo. Nangukuthi umbuzo wakho nasiphuma la usengakaphenduleki ungitshela. Ngizokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi uyaphenduleka. Khulukhulu lo ophathelene nePanSALB ngizokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi uyaphenduleka. Ngiba ukuthatha umna kwethu nangu bese ngiza kuwe.
Hi.
Ngiba ukuthatha umna kwethu nangu ngomandanzi. Isandla sakhe besiphakeme imandanzi. Ya, ngqimela yakho leyo bese kuyakwazi ukulayita yakhe. Thank you.
Ngibonge kakhulu.
Bonga mina.
Nzuza nomanala makwande.
Kwande baba.
Yimina ngupulule kaJanolich ngumcwaningi wezilimi zesintu eDepartment of Sports Arts and Culture. Ngizokhuluma ngelimi lesiphuthi. Sibonga kakhulu lo bhuti ukhulumiye. Ngiyavuka ngombuzo wakhe. Siyabonga kakhulu umama wakhe ekuqaleni ukuthi ukhulumiye ngetsaba isiphuthi sekhethu. Ngoba njeka sithi siyathuthukisa lilimi lesindebele sekanzuza nomanala siphuthi laso yililimi lakembo isindebele silimi lasembo futhi nesiphuthi ulimi lasembo futhi nesimpondo ulimi lasembo manje iSwati naso ulimi lasembo. And when we talk about translanguaging, we're not talking about something where we are going very far away. We're going in and out of the historical relations between these intricately related languages. And this is one cultural form that comes from the east side of this country. And I think when we remember this history of interrelation, it becomes a matter of translanguaging is just ordinary speech. Yabona manje sengakhuluma ngesiphuthi naka lebitso ke Napule ene yabua ene yabulela ene yaaba kilometro. You see. So now it's nothing to do that. This is nothing. It's normal. So the more we increase all of these things together, the more data is inside the Wikipedia, is inside the online content. So not only Sindebele, but I would love to collaborate with scholars in minority languages that are not official as well. Here's the example of Sindebele, and we can continue with that and boost the online presence of all language in the country. Let's be happy. Yeah, I get a remole, robot that man, let that thing. Over there, say hostel.
Ngiyathokoza nomzane uDes. Uthe ubuya kuphi arts and culture? Ke nginiqoqela enye indaba arts and culture ne. Mina lokho ngisafunde khulu. Yabona bengibabuzisisa ukuthi wena ubuya kuphi? Wena ubuya kuphi ngesikhathi sokudla? Ngiyaba namathela. Babuza imibuzo irrelevant. Ngoba ngearts and culture kune term bank engicabanga ukuthi iningi lenu kufanele ukuthi sikwazi ukuyisebenzisa njengabantu esibasebenzisi belimi. I-term bank leyo kufanele ukuthi abanawethu laba sikwazi ukubabuzisisa ukuthi ngi-accessa njani i-term bank le. Ngakho ke asibaqaleni abakhuluma la ukuthi lo ubuyaphi. Sibiza ukusocialize. Dade ke ngabona isandla sakho ngapho.
Yes, ndimasiari batho botlhe.
Re masiari abuti bovwani.
Swaboti. My question is for Pule, the comedian. Why did you guys stop Strictly Venek? So my question is, what role do you think comedy, also stand-up comedy, plays in the upliftment and also the preservation of our languages? All of them.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll be quick because I want people to go to lunch. Can I just say that the other day in Sandton, there was a comedy show with a South African Sign Language interpreter. It happens every month. And South African Sign Language is now official. And because South African Sign Language is one language which doesn't have the baggage of the history of the apartheid divisions of Bantustan homeland system, it is a very great unifying force. We should all also be learning to sign, because that one is a very powerful national nation-building tool. So I think there is a clear example how comedy already is at the forefront of that process, because already we've got comedy shows which have sign language interpretation. So here's just as a case study, it's a good example. Ndolubwa.
Rekolibwa ngamanda. Sesingithemba ukuthi uphendulekile. Ngibone isandla kuma bese ke okay, so you can go first. Thank you.
Thank you. I just briefly want to respond to the previous two questions as someone from SADiLaR, if I may maybe give a bit of a background also on how these things are handled in Wikipedia in general. And so we must remember that today we start a new project. We call it SWiP, but Wikipedia has existed for a long time. It's now at 18 years or 20 years old. And language varieties exist in all languages all over the world. If you look at a language like, that's very well established, let's take something like Italian. You would expect it to be very standardized. You look at the Italian Wikipedia, maybe you think that everything is exactly like people learn in school. But the reality is that, yes, they've had a certain kind of development in the language in that country, but even there are varieties. And they sort that out in different ways, especially in cases of languages that do not have official recognition anywhere. And many people are not aware that there are a number of minority languages in Europe that are not the languages we frequently talk about, that we know, German and French. There are languages like Low Saxon spoken between Germany and the Netherlands. And there they've got varieties because it's not standardized, and the ones on the German border write it one way, and the people on the other side of the border write it another way. But they sort it out in the project. And they say that if I'm going to write about a town on this side of the border, I'm going to use this way of writing, and if I write about a town on the other side, we do it that way. And if someone starts an article writing in the one way, we continue it that way. And if someone writes it in a different dialect, we respect it and we keep it that way. I think, I'm not sure that we're in that position for the South African official languages, because I think with the role of PanSALB, there is a drive for harmonization of orthography and spelling. But if we talk about the non-official languages like Sephuthi, maybe there isn't a future where they've got their own edition of Wikipedia. I don't know, but that would be for the language community to decide. That's not for us to decide. The languages present on Wikipedia are there because people went and said, we want to do it and we will create it. And then I think to talk about the role of technology in the home, I think it's a good topic. I'm a parent myself, and I think my response to that is not a technical one or a linguistic one. I think it's more of a parenting one. I think as parents, we have the obligation to create the household with, the environment we want our children to live in. And if the technology is chasing out the languages, then again, whether it's the local language on the technology or it's English on the technology, then it's the same thing happening, right? And I think that's your fear, is that you can't just replace the English with another language but still not talk to each other in the household. And it's true of all meetings, even here. But I think today we did well.
Thank you so much. Sisi?
Siyathokoza.
Thokoza thina.
Re a locha lebitso la ka ke Khomotso Ramushu ke tswa ke le Magwelereng ga Mkombane ne ga Khoshilanga. It's interesting to note when you travel to what we know now as Mkopane or Mkombane, as Khoshi correctly told us, ra lochana ke re. So Spedisa thing has many inflections of Isindrebele, ne? And it's a very different Spedi than what you're going to speak in different places. So we see translanguaging alive and well, and in a unfortunately not so well documented context, but there are many powerful examples which academics may not have the resources, to go into those communities and research well. So this has been a very educational exercise. In this way and have a specific language and culture and vibrancy which our linguistic connections empower us with. But yeah, the main point I wanted to make, it's beautiful to see this embrace of the 4IR and digitizing of languages, and it's important for us, for the progress of society, for teaching and learning and all these different things. And it's interesting to note that this 4IR is going to empower us to put good old print books in people's hands, especially children. Because as we know, we've heard often about the literacy crisis that South Africa faces, and for you to offer better mother tongue or bilingual education, you need more resources, like quality resources and books for children. Because whether we want to acknowledge it, and not everyone is going to be able to edit on Wikipedia because they might not have the network or the load shedding or the devices or all of that. So the more that we input African languages into the cyberspace and all of that, we empower even publishers to be able to use, Onyx-based systems and all of these things to categorize books, to create catalogs in African languages, to make them more accessible ultimately, and the price point sort of lowers when you need to spend less on a small set of people with the technology, with the skills. I remember SADiLaR just now spoke about how you need computational linguists, for instance. So it goes back to the third industrial revolution, which is where a lot of our communities are stuck in a way because of resources and all of that. But
ubuleji utletse siatla re ukwile sinhle fela lapha uthi amandebela kuphi laba bathi riyalosha amandebela kwamukopane mandebele kagegana njengoba undaba ezithabe kasitsho lapha ukuthi amanye amandebele asabalala kunesindebele sethu esingapha engabonakala ngathi asikatshejwa kakhulu esindebeleni kodwa na ke ngabanga ukuthi kunehubhululo elenziwa ukuthi kuba yini isindebele sangapha singakafakwa as part of i-curriculum kusese nehubhululo elisaragela phambili elifaka hlangana sizobizani ingaba zamabizo ngoba elinye nelinye ilimi elithuthukayo kufanele lingene ngaphakathi kwengaba zamabizo engicabanga ukuthi ke nomna wethu uPule amanye amalimi angekho kadesi kusese namahubhululo ataragela phambili kadesi ku PanSALB sine Khoi and Sen ekulilimi nalo esilrecognizeako as iPanSALB kodwa na ke ngamahubhululo academic wise kusese namahubhululo kufanele ukuthi mhlambe nemigomo kufanele ukuthi ilandelwe ngaphambi kokuthi sithi ilimi lelo alingene ngesikolweni konke amalimi ayarecognizewa siyiPanSALB njengoba kunomna wethu omunye obuze ngamalimi ukuthi senzani siyiPanSALB ekuthuthukiseni amalimi so amalimi wonke ayathuthukiswa ngokulinganayo ePanSALB into nje ekhona ukuthi mhlambe kunamalimi athuthukiswa khudlwanyana kezinye imfunda njengesindebele sithuthukiswa khudlwanyana esifundeni sangempumalanga neSwati bese ke isiZulu sithuthukiswa khudlwanyana ngaphange nge-KZN okungakho uzokuthola nasikhulumako sithi ubanibani ichairperson ye-language board yesindebele bathu baqale ukuthuthukiswa kakhulu kwamalimi kulezo mfunda kodwana ke ngisawatsho ukuthi nangukuthi kunento engakaphenduleki emayelana nePanSALB ngicabanga ukuthi usisi Emily olilunga lePanSALB ngempumalanga uzokuthi before sivala la ngaphambi kokuthi sivale bese ke asiphe i-email address ekulapho singathumela khona eminye imibuzo ephathelene nokuthuthukiswa kwamalimi ngePanSALB bese ke yena uyazi ukuthi lo umbuzo ufanele idesk lakabani ngaphakathi kuPanSALB ngibone isandla mbandeni
yeah ndala ngithokoze and ngithokoze isichaba sonke ngomsebenzi omuhle kangaka which is done by SADiLaR, Wikipedia and PanSALB. I just wanted to bring to the attention of SADiLaR what is being done now by the basic education sector in the country. They have started introducing coding and robotics. And I see a link in such as one of the initiatives or the mandates of SADiLaR to digitize our languages. So just my 2 cents comments on that to say, let us not ignore the grassroots level. Yes, as far as the partnerships with the universities at this moment in time, but there is a lot that we can do in terms of actually making our young ones, as now they are coming into the picture, using coding and robotics, for example, to start be familiarizing themselves with a computer and the language the computer speaks. So we will need that to also harmonize and have some linkages SADiLaR that could have with the basic education sector So my emphasis just on that to say, let us not ignore the grassroots. Thank you.
Siyathokoza Mbandeni baba. Ukhulumile amagama akho akhela isibaya. Nomzana.
Yeah, Thokoza, I'll just briefly respond. I think today we hear from people with all sorts of titles and it's dignitaries and so on. And yes, there are big organizations involved, but Wikipedia really started long before today, and it has always been a grassroots movement. My own involvement in Wikipedia started as a student. I discovered it and I thought, I saw some things written in my language and I thought, this is terrible Afrikaans, I can do better, and I started fixing it. And that's where it started. I didn't need permission, I didn't need an initiative, I didn't need fancy logos, I didn't need an event. And that's already the case today. What we want to do is to help people and mobilize people and convince people. But yes, I agree with you. I think the grassroots movement are more sustainable because sometimes the places with the fancy logos change their strategies and so on. That's also possible. And I think what we are talking about today is too important for a single project. It can't die when the organizations here have to change their focus.
Ngiyathokoza nomzane ngiyaku Prof Madonsela nomzane lokho angisafunda isikole manje ngithi bangitshela ukuthi uProf Dala phakamisile manje angimboni mina nokhana nginependo bekithi ngibe ngibethe nomuno ngichebe ngibethe isandla phezulu kwesinye ukuthi isandla sakho khangisibone ngesikhathi nomzane
ngiyathokoza mphathi wohlelo. Actually, there was a question that was raised earlier on regarding the preservation of African languages. I think it was the gentleman from Walter Sisulu University. You know, the idea that he was bringing in here was to look at the approach of language development so that at least it is understood from the perspective of making the language accessible. So here, we are actually focusing on the epistemic access of education by all. This is to say, what do we do in order to make those languages accessible in the digital space? But now, when you look at it from the purist approach, because there would also be a purist approach to say, as you go along with the development of these languages, what are you then saying about all the other factors that would affect the purism in the language itself? So we are actually basically saying all these organizations that are working towards the development of these languages within the space itself are then embracing all those developmental processes that are involved in a language. They would not exclude borrowing. They would not exclude, all those processes that would make a language to move from where it was, but embracing the new developments that are there in the language. I would have liked maybe that demonstration of SWiP, because I think to all those who are here today, they have seen that SWiP project, but it was not demonstrated. Maybe, I don't know whether it was not planned, because it could have actually, encapsulated all those, aspects of development of these languages within the technical space, but also looking at the streams that we have, the linguistic stream and the literature stream, as to how can we use the tool in order to ensure that these languages are not actually left behind, but not forgetting the aspect that he raised, which would include trans-languaging, which would include code switching. I know if there are linguists in the room here, would say that is what we are no longer talking about here. We are talking about trans-languaging. Are you talking about trans-languaging without actually acknowledging those resources that have been used to ensure that the languages are actually at the level? I know, time up. Yeah, be it, the issue of should I say, making them accessible without compromising the naturalness in those languages. Thank you, that was the comment. Actually, I'm not sure whether there was one who addressed that particular issue at that point.
Ngiyathokoza Dr. Prof. Yeah, musi. Phandle waliqalile ngithi manje akusakhuluma mina sekukhuluma indlala lapha. Wena sibanyoni. Nomzana ngathi une follow up question. Bese ngibona izandla zintathu lapha phezulu. So ke ngithathe I follow up question idlule ngo Prof ikhuphukele kuwe mnumzana. Ngiyakurecognize.
No, just a quick one, Mhlekazi, ne? When I came here, we were given the advert, which is online, about the project. However, for me, there's, perhaps my spirit, Prof, is longing for a concept document and a model that you've adopted in trying to come up with this project. For me to get a better understanding, the clarity as to exactly how you're going to do this and why you want to do this and how you I don't know, indlela ozoyenza ngayo ngixesha liqhubeka, injongo behind it, what's the rationale behind it. I would like to see that concept document. I would like to see the model, if there's a model or a methodology that you have applied. Not to sound academic, but just a simple model says, what is it that you're trying to achieve and how you're going to try to achieve it? Having considered all these aspects that esithetha Prof ngoku, nabo ndicela nje qha kuphela inkosi.
Enkosi nomzana. Prof angazi ukuthi unependulo but ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe eminye imibuzo yakhe iphenduleke before mhlambe yena beyangafiki mara ke nawunayo ipendulo Prof ngadlula ngawe ngikhuphukele phezulu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I might not have all the answers because maybe Dr. Wolf would actually provide some of those answers. He is correct. The expectation that might have been created was that there could be that kind of demonstration of SWiP so that one can understand the concept behind this particular project and where is it heading to, even in terms of the development of these languages. I'm just trying to make an example here. I'm not sure whether you were in that conference, Dr. Wolf, the DH Ignite conference, whereby the demonstration of that SWiP was made to show, and especially when it comes to academia, if you are teaching literature, how do you merge even characterization in order to see the overlaps in the characters that are there in a particular text. So I think that is the kind of answers that should have been probably provided because of the expectation that was created. Probably it was just a matter of a setup as in which maybe that was supposed to be done, but it was not done in that way. But that is the idea, as to say in this digital space, how do we actually make sure that these languages, be it in a text, be it in the linguistic side, are actually helping you, therefore, to ensure that whatever that you are teaching in class, whatever that may be the society out there, being the speakers of the language, are using the digital space in order to maybe to access all these other kinds of, should I say, avenues that you would like to, access. Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza Prof Madonsela. Now sesena ipendulo ngaragela phambili. Mina kwethu ngizama net ukuthi ngiphendule la bese ke Prof Doctor, can I just take his input and then you can respond to him? Nomzana. Prof Madonsela ngiba ungcimela microphone. Awupress khona lapha ngesidleni. Yeah, so ngakhuluma.
Kya leboga Moradisi. I'm Dr. Tatelo from the Communication Science Department. I'm not into languages, but as a social science scholar, you tend to observe developments that are taking place in the country, and you tend to question why certain things seem to be moving at a sluggish pace. We are now almost, 30 years into the so-called post-independence or post-apartheid South Africa. And the Constitution makes provision for everyone in the country to be recognized in terms of language, culture, identity, and so forth. But we have communities that are spread out throughout the Northern Cape and various parts of the Kalahari region that I feel that this administration seemed to be moving at a snail pace. Sorry, I might not have all the details, but being in this dispensation for the past 30 years, and we are still struggling to make sign languages official, that on its own, I find it very much concerning. And yet we are sitting here, we are talking about moving African languages into digital space. But we have fellow countrymen and women in the Northern Cape and other parts of southern Botswana who, in my view, I feel like they're being left out. How is your organization going to address this issue and try to speed up the process of acknowledging these indigenous languages? Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza Doctor. Uthe ungidokotela ne?
Yes, sir.
Ngiyathokoza. Uhle kuhle ihlizwa amvani belibisi kanengi zungelezwe bodokotela abanengi kukhulu abatsha engibabonako phambi kwami ngoba into engithwenya khulu ukuthi kumalimi amaningi asinabo abodokotela kuba abodokotela kuba abantu abakhulu obona ukuthi in a space of 2 years or so bazobe seba ku retirement bese ke kwenzakalana ngathi sisafuna ukumunya manje vayini ngithokoza kakhulu nasinabo dokotela abasesebatsha ngibona cabanga ukuthi niyasikhuthaza hle thina singasibo dokotela ukuthi nathi sifunde sifike emazingeni enu se ngiba ungiqimele microphone Doctor. Ngiyathokoza.
Ngiyathokoza. If I can wrap up to the last two topics, firstly from Professor Maronsela in response to the colleague that side, I think he had to leave. But I think it's an interesting discussion, and I realize now that we've talked about the motivation for the project, but it's maybe not that clear exactly what will be happening, and I think that is a bit of an oversight. So Wikipedia exists already, it's online, we can contribute to it today, anybody can do it with an internet connection. I acknowledge what you mentioned about access and devices, that remains an issue. And I think this project is just to help people to say, how can you practically do it? Because a lot of people are intimidated by taking the first steps. But if you're on a Wikipedia page, there's a button usually there that says edit. And if you click on it, you can edit it. And you can change and you can type and you can hit save. And it is that easy to get started. Now, there are some things that are a little bit more involved, uploading pictures and categorizing. And that is what the training will involve. So as far as methodologies are concerned and things like translanguaging, now, I'm speaking far outside of my field. I am, after all, a computer scientist. But I think it's useful here to also think, that if you're writing a dictionary, that's not the place where you practice translanguaging, right? The translanguaging is happening by the speaker. Am I right? So I think the way in which Wikipedia can support methodologies that adopt translanguaging is by saying that Wikipedia is available in many languages, more than we even know about. There are hundreds of languages represented there, also from our neighboring countries and the rest of Africa, and as I said, small minority languages from areas of the world that we don't even know about. And it is for anyone to go and harvest the value out of those existing resources in the way they want. Because of my mother tongue, Afrikaans, I can read some of those small, minority languages of the Netherlands. It's not Dutch, it's something else, and it's a bit tricky to read, but it's interesting that I can vaguely understand it. And if I choose to go that route, I can take from it what is available to me. But I think in terms of preserving the languages, our project is not so much about putting a methodology in place. It's for people to say, infrastructure exists. Let the language community go and decide what they want to do with it. And if the answer is they don't want to do something with it, so be it. And that is my connection into the comment by our colleague at the back. Sorry, I didn't get your name. You said you're from communication science. I think you mentioned acknowledgement of the Kalahari people. And I always like to tell people the constitution of our country says that all of the languages are equal, but the reality tells us something else. And we know that, and that's the difference between law and social linguistics, isn't it? The reality is that our languages are not equal. The tables that Bobby Shabango showed, it's not the same on Wikipedia. If you walk out here into the street, it's not the same. If you go into a shop, it's not the same. We know that our languages are not on equal footing, and we're trying to equalize that as far as we can. What our project will do is to be open for anybody to contribute in their language of choice at these events. A few of you might have been here when I was still at UNISA, and we had some of these Wikipedia events here as well, and at times there were people that were not even South African, and I tried to help them to even contribute in other languages of the world as far as I could in terms of how to get started. Obviously, I can't help with the language part. But I think if we look at it again as what will the project do for the language, it removes the individual responsibility, and I don't mean individual as the person, but as the language community. Afrikaans became very strong in the 20th century, and we spoke about it in the car on our way here, but actually a big part of the momentum of Afrikaans came during the 1930s when it was not an official language yet, but we were still a British colony. And people said, but we don't want this, and we'll start making word lists, and we start writing letters, and we try to make a magazine, even though the language isn't formalized and standardized yet. We don't even have a Bible translation yet. It was the early days. And yes, later on, there was support from government, and that obviously helped a lot as well. But the project will empower people, but it won't write the content on Wikipedia by itself. So, yes, I think we will provide the acknowledgement, sure, but the responsibility will lie on the language communities to a large extent.
Thank you. Bengine sandla la ngapha tatwethu ngaphambi kokuthi ngize kuwe. Ngiyeza ku sakhohlela. Hey, indlala le ekhohlelisa lapha man. Angithi manje ugwinya amathe bese ayaqhama. Dr. Malele, before udade lo azokukhuluma, ngifuna ukuthi ngike ngibuze nje on behalf of indlu yonke, mhlambe noma usibongile usesibongile, no Giane lapha nawe sibanyoni ngiqalile no Dr. Sotobe njengoba niba abantu abafundisa ilimi emazikweni ahlukahlukeneko. Ngifuna ukuthi lo mbuzo nangisabu udade lo yana kasakhuluma mhlambe kube niyawuqabanga. Ikhonakalo yokuthi ama-essay lathi nasibafundi esiwaxolayo ngoba kesinye isikhathi it happens ukuthi we write a beautiful essay, we even score 100% or closer to 100%. Ikhonakala ukuthi ama-essay anjengalawo mhlambe abe convected ngoba ilwazi lakhona nawe nangudohotera uyarareka jiyani ukuthi wow into le u-student lesi singifundisa nami into ebekade ngingakayichange. Ikhonakala ukuthi imhlolo enjengaleyo siyiconvecte siyithole sesiyifunda ku Wikipedia siyishare nesitshaba so ingangani. Ngizokubuya ngizokuthatha ipendulo yalokho ngisachinga ngale sakufuthumeza amanzi ngikwazi ukulithoba lapha.
Okay, thank you Diabulisa to everyone. Igama lami uThandokazi Mfikoi, also from Walter Sisulu University, the East London campus. I think Udok kind of like answered me what the question that I had in mind, that as a person who supports technology integration in the institution, in many cases you find that when you bring in a new tool, lecturers and students, they always feel like you are adding more to their workload, more especially colleagues. So I was thinking the motivation that one would use to encourage, because this does not only speak to students, it also speaks to lecturers as well, that we all need to be visible. We all have a mandate to put our languages in the map when it comes to the digital space. So as I'm saying, I got answered as Udok was actually explaining the motivation behind the whole thing, that as much as you may think it does not concern me, why should I even be going to Wikipedia and all, but at the end of the day, I want to speak Isimbondo, Ndilimbondo by the way, but even us as Amampondo, we don't speak it, we speak isiXhosa because the province here too is mainly dominated by isiXhosa, more especially esikolweni. I can know indoba isitya sokuhlambela sisitya at home, but xa ndifika esikolweni I have to fix elagama lesimpondo into a Xhosa word that best fits for me to get marks. So that affects me whether I want to or I don't. So I just wanted to make that up to say this is not actually adding workload, but it is rather something that we all must want to do because of we want to put our languages in the map. Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza sisi ndinewari apha ukuthi hey uzasuka undiphe too much education apha ndinewari man. Thank you very much sisi input oyenzako kilelo hlangothi ngiyathokoza. Bodoktere nofana abafundisi belimi. Ngisabuza ngithi i-possibilities yokuthi ama-essay la esiwatlolako uma ngabe essay it can be informative and inga qualify ku Wikipedia angangana amathuba lawo omunye nomunye ozizwako mhlambe angangiphendula. Say.
Yes, I'm not sure I got everything you said, but talking about essays and the value of trying to spread that, right? And you want to say, I write something, where can it go from here?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we talked a lot about Wikipedia today, and a few people asked me, why are we sometimes saying Wikimedia and sometimes Wikipedia? And maybe it's time I just briefly say something about that. Wikimedia is an organization, and they've got a number of projects, but mostly people just know about Wikipedia as the main project. It's very popular. It's the oldest project. It's very big. It's very successful. But and Wikipedia writes an encyclopedia. That's what Bobby Shabangu talked about as well. So what goes onto the Wikipedia is not, personal opinions. It's not almanac entries. It's not a dictionary. It's not, chats with people, although there's project coordination, but it's really encyclopedic context. So if you're trying to put your essay there, people will say, can you rework it into an encyclopedia topic, right? Or they will say, oh, you're writing about soil, and they'll say, but there's already an article on soil, you need to align it with that. So I think it's good to have a look at the other projects in the Wikimedia stable. They've got things specifically for traditional sources or, previously published sources. There are things focusing more on raw data and facts like the population of a town and, what languages are spoken and all sorts of things. I haven't looked at that project in a while. But I think for literature, we will need to look for a different avenue. And I didn't talk about that project at SADiLaR, but for example, we collect student data from a number of universities, particularly things like essays and assignments, so that people doing research in language can look at student data, and some of them are even annotated with the corrections by the lecturer, so that people can say, oh, but this was analyzed and it was perceived this way by the lecturer, and people do all sorts of interesting research on the language use of students. Which brings me to the comment there at the back. I think the workload and say, oh, now I need to lecture, I need to do research, all these things, and now people want me to write Wikipedia as well. Where do I find that? And I don't think there's an easy answer, and I don't want to give a cheap answer to you, just say, oh, go do it, it's fine, because the question is, we're not adding another hour to the day by launching an event here today. There's still just 24, sorry about that. I think a few answers that are possible are through the university projects for community engagement. I think many institutions now encourage staff to be involved with community engagement. So if this can be registered as a community engagement project at the university, I think that's a possible answer. Another thing is that you might say, well, I'm not going to put in 2 hours a week into this, but I'm willing to put in 10 minutes a week during a lunch break. That's how I got hooked initially. I said, I'll just fix this bad error in front of me. And then I said, oh, and maybe that one too, and maybe that one too. There are different levels of involvement, and it can all be useful. And I think it's for us to figure out each one, like, how do I want to get involved? You might find that all this language stuff's not for me, but I'm really interested in uploading the best pictures of towns in South Africa.
you will find that. Just for interest's sake, there's a guy in the Afrikaans Wikipedia who drives to towns and he takes pictures of all the old churches. And then he writes something about that. And it's like, there's great content, it's really nice pictures. And because one person was passionate about that. And other topics are not well covered because no one was passionate about that, and that's where we are. So I think that's a part of the answer. The varieties, that's a harder topic. And you're not alone in that. I talked about Italy. I've met people from Italy, and you think people in Italy speak Italian, and they do, but a lot of them at home speak something else. That's not unrelated, but you know, when the moment they go out of their town, they need to adapt, you know, dialect-wise, and at school it's the same. And I don't have an easy answer for that. In some Wikipedias, they allow more dialect variation. In others, they say, let's stick to the standard orthography. These are the conversations we'll have to have still.
Siyathokoza angazi kusekhona okhunye singakuthatha from the floor kodwa na mhlambe sisangazi ukuthi la kusekude kangangani ngoba sengiyaqabanga ama guest wethu sawakhamba ngamunye ukudla lokho yogcina kufika la kuthole empty seats so nasingakuchecka nje ukuthi sekukhamba phi sikwazi ukuthi sikufaye la kufanele khona Dr Sotobe akukho ongiphathele khona nge UJ ayinakhona ongiphathele khona ngathokoza.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I actually don't have much to say, rather than just to reiterate what the speaker who has just spoken. If it's possible on that end to include the students' work, I think that would be a good thing. But on my side, and at UJ, we do have some projects which I have spearheaded, although it's not something in the digital space. But we do empower students a lot in terms of their writing, where we co-author with them or even let them author articles that are published on open access, which promotes access to information freely. We do that. As an individual, I have edited about 3 books already now, wherein part of the authors are also students. So hopefully they will continue to write and include whatever they write on Wikipedia and other platforms. Because, but what is more important is to make sure that whatever information that they write it well, and it's also well researched. So that's all I can say on my side. Thank you.
Siyathokoza Dr Sotobe. Sengiyavala ngiyathokoza. Mhlambe yeah. I-announcement ekhona nje ukuthi ukudla kufikile nthenu ngayeke luba siqeda mlozi manje ngithokoza ukungilalela solanga ngisiqeda mlozi engikubawako kini ukuthi asikhambeni asithatheni iproject le siyenze si-ownere siyenze yethu khulukhulu iproject le sitshaba samandebele bayenzele nina ukuthi niyenze asithi sivalele eminye imhlobo ngaphandle kodwa na asibuyeleni ke sisitshaba siyenzeni kube ipumelelo ngombana ke uDoktere Hatho uthe nakakhuluma ngazizwa ngifikela abantwana belothe nakakhuluma ngokuchabalala kwamanye amalimi nelami ke ilimi lilapho emalimini engenzeka ukuthi achabalale ngonobangela ukuthi sibancane esifuna ukuthi sizibandakanye emkhakheni wezefundo so asikhuthazaneni ukuthi ke sisichaba kekube nabantwana la sibuya khona enitshabeni esibuya kizo abanga enrolla nomzana uSibanyoni kuma languages bakwazi ukuthuthukisa isikhethu nofana amalimi la wonke. Ngiyathokoza abantu bakwaSADiLaR ngokusihosta ne-UNISA. Ikambiso yokudla ngiba ukuthi siyokuthoma kumna wethu nanga lapha siyokhamba ngama-row kuthi ukuthi ke ngiyovele ngithathe ihlangothi leli niphume naniphumako bese ke size njalo kuhle ngama-row ukuthi ke ukudla kweni ngicabanga ukuthi khona lapha efoya kusefoya sisine ya kusefoya. So ngiba ukuthi siphumeni kuhle ngama sithathe iblock le kube ngiyo ephuma kokuthoma bese ke siyoqina ngale yami. Ngiyathokoza nidleni kamnandi for the food we are about to eat. Amen.
Thank you.